Chapter 4288. You two, the two of us didn't obtain the star ink milk, so. Lin Yi wasn't too nervous. As he spoke to the two men in green, he secretly tightened his grip on Huang Xiaotao's hand. You don't have it. That's fine. If we give you ours, won't you have it? The two men in green looked at each other playfully. Ah! Lin Yi was stunned. He stared blankly at the two men in green and almost thought that there was something wrong with his ears. After looking at each other with Huang Xiaodao, he was finally sure that he hadn't heard wrongly. However, he was even more confused. Giving their star ink milk to the two of them? How could there be such an inexplicable good thing in this world? Did the other party have nothing better to do and wanted to make fun of the two of them? However, before Lin Yi could react, the two men in green seemed to be serious. They actually placed all the star ink milk they had snatched from Chang Daoping's group in front of Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao. That wasn't all. Not only the star ink milk, but the various treasures they had plundered from Chang Daoping's group were also thrown over. Seeing this scene, even with Lin Yi's temperament, he couldn't remain calm like Huang Xiaodao. How did things suddenly turn out like this? What was going on? How is it, old friend? I've completely won this time, haven't I? Ha ha ha, if you're willing to bet, you must be willing to lose. Next, your clan will have to serve us tea and water. Don't go back on your word. The man in green didn't even look at Lin Yi's expression. He turned to look at his companion and proudly boasted. H, if you hadn't snatched away the three strongest ones right from the start, would I have lost to you? It's all that hypocrite leader's fault. Motherfucker. He still used such a dirty little trick. That big bottle of star ink milk of his is much more than everyone else's combined. What a fucking scam, another black-clothed man said indignantly. The bickering between the two made Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao, who were already confused by what was going on. He was even more confused. What exactly was going on? You two, are you really going to give us all of this? Lin Yi asked with a strange expression. He didn't believe that there was such a good thing as a pie falling from the sky. These two late-stage nascent soul cultivators of the Spirit Beast clan stole things from Chang Daoping and the others, but in the end, they gave them all to them. What kind of joke was this? It would make sense if the ghost had appeared and used its aura as an elder of the Spirit Beast clan to suppress the two of them. But in a place like this, the ghost would not show itself at all. Furthermore, the opponents were all super beings at the late nascent soul stage. With the deterrent force of a mere nascent divinity, the ghost might not be able to suppress them. Of course, these are all yours. If you don't have enough, there's more. As one of the cyan-robed men spoke, the other cyan-robed man waved his hand, sending a stream of primary energy to open a nearby cabinet. The unique fragrance of the star ink milk instantly assaulted his nostrils. When Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao saw the scene before them, they were instantly dumbfounded. The cabinet was densely packed with spirit jade bottles and spirit jade boxes. And from the looks of it, they were all filled to the brim with star ink milk. Any small bottle of star ink milk would be a priceless treasure that could not be bought on the market. But how could this be a small bottle? There were hundreds of bottles here. For a moment, Lin Yi even vaguely felt that the star ink milk was not that rare anymore. Hey, how is it? There's quite a lot here, right? The cyan-robed man chuckled and said, these are all here. You can take as much as you want. This time, Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao were even more confused. Today's matter was really too strange. They didn't think that these two cyan-robed men would be so kind as to give them such a big gift for no reason. What was wrong with them? From the way they treated Chang Daoping's group of 6 earlier, it could be seen that although these two powerful beings of the Spirit Beast clan were not violent, they were definitely not good people. It would be more appropriate to say that they were eccentric, but why did they treat the two of them with special respect? As the old saying goes, those who are unaccountably solicitous are hiding evil intentions. At this time, Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao didn't feel overjoyed at all. Instead, they felt a chill in their hearts. Even though Lin Yi had always been resolute and decisive, he didn't know whether to advance or retreat this time. If the other party directly shouted to kill, then no matter how strong the other party was, Lin Yi wouldn't need to hesitate at all. He could fight with all his strength. But now, not only did the other party not attack, but they even gave him a big gift. This matter was so strange that it made people's hearts tremble. Lin Yi couldn't turn the tables and attack first, could he? If it weren't for the fact that the two in front of him were too strong, being at the late nascent soul stage, and Lin Yi didn't know if the ghost could handle it. At this time, he even wanted to ask the ghost to come out and suppress the situation. I don't deserve a reward without doing anything. Dare I ask, what is the meaning of this? Please tell me clearly. In the end, Lin Yi could only bite the bullet and ask. In his heart, he was secretly prepared to fall out with these two spiritual beasts. Hearing this, the two cyan-robed men suddenly laughed. They looked at each other and suddenly bowed deeply to Lin Yi at the same time. Seeing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but be shocked. Huang Xiaodao, who was next to him, was even more stunned. What was this situation? Even if they had eccentric temperaments, they shouldn't be this eccentric, right? Hehe, benefactor, how have you been? I finally have the chance to thank you. The two cyan-robed men said in unison with great tacit understanding. Benefactor? Lin Yi was even more confused. He had only been on the heavenly island for a little more than a year. If he had seen these two during this time, with his memory, it was impossible that he couldn't remember them. Moreover, with the powerful strength of the late nascent soul stage, even if something happened, Lin Yi definitely wouldn't be able to help them. How could they say that they were benefactors? However, the next moment, the two cyan-robed men didn't continue to explain. In front of Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao, they directly transformed into their original beast forms. They were actually a fire lion and a big spider. Lin Yi was stunned for a moment. Then, he immediately recognized the two in front of him. Weren't these the two chiefs of the Fire Lion clan and the Spider clan that he met in the Wulong Heoti mountain range in the secular world? No wonder their voices sounded familiar. It turned out that they were really old friends. However, both of them had transformed into human forms, and the key point was that their strength was not the same as before. Without a hint, Lin Yi wouldn't have thought of this at all. Chapter 4289. Huang Xiaodao was so shocked that she did not come back to her senses for a long time. Just now, she had thought that the two spirit beast experts were acting strangely and had ulterior motives. She and Lin Yi were probably doomed today, but she did not expect that they were really on the same side. Lin Yi actually knew masters from the spirit beasts too? Huang Xiaodao was surprised, but no matter how she thought about it, she felt that it was too strange. In terms of identity, Lin Yi was just a newcomer who had joined the three pavilions in the North Island for more than a year. The North Island and the South Island were worlds apart, and there was a huge difference in strength. How on earth did they know each other? However, although she had not been with Lin Yi for a long time, Huang Xiaodao had witnessed many miracles from Lin Yi. Ordinary people would not be able to understand this kind of stroke of genius, but her ability to accept it was much stronger. After all, she had slowly gotten used to it. Yes, we're all on the same side. The great fire lion and the big spider laughed and nodded repeatedly. Then, they transformed back into their human forms so that they could speak more naturally. In fact, at their level, most spirit beast experts were more accustomed to appearing in human form. They would only use their original form if they were fighting with all their strength. By the way, why did the two of you suddenly disappear back then? After the surprise, Lin Yi could not help but ask curiously. When the teleportation formation was activated, we were directly transmitted to the South Island of the Heavenly Stage Island, the Great Fire Lion replied with a smile. Benefactor, you may not know this, but we're different from you human cultivators. Once we're transmitted to the Heavenly Stage Island, the Spirit Beast clan will definitely be transmitted to the South Island, unlike you people who are randomly transmitted. Our destination is fixed, the big spider added to explain. I see, but... Lin Yi looked at them and suddenly had a strange expression. Aren't you two enemies? Why are you together now? Back in the Wulenhout Mountains in the secular world, the Great Fire Lion clan and the Big Spider clan were sworn enemies. Of course, they were not really enemies. The two races were only competing with each other, and would not fight to the death. After all, their origins were there, and they could actually be considered a family. Even so, Lin Yi still felt strange when he saw the great fire lion and the big spider together. Although the two of them had never really fought to the death, they should not be as harmonious as they were now, together. When the great fire lion and the great spider heard these words, they looked at each other and could not help but shiver at the same time. They both took a step back and said in unison, "Benefactor, you can't talk nonsense. When did we get together?" Ah! Lin Yi's face couldn't help but turn black. Aren't these two thinking too much? It turns out that they also have a tsunda attribute. He had no choice but to helplessly spread his hands and said, "Then why are you two together, and even so tacit?" What tacit understanding? The great fire lion and the big spider spoke in unison again. After realizing the problem, they suddenly blushed and glared at each other. The great fire lion said, "Benefactor, you're thinking too much. I don't want to be with this old thing. Isn't there no other way? Otherwise, I would have taught him a lesson long ago, yo. Your tone is quite arrogant. You're relying on the fact that I can't fight you to flatter yourself, huh?" The big spider rolled his eyes and curled his lips in disdain. "Flatter? You have the nerve to say that. Did I win the bet just now? Are you trying to act shamelessly?" The great fire lion said proudly. "Nonsense. You snatched those three powerful ones without saying anything, especially the one leading them. A bottle of star ink lotion can instantly kill everyone else. Don't you think it's an unfair victory? You still have the nerve to show off in front of me. I don't even care about you." The big spider curled his lips in disdain. The two of them were clearly powerful beings of the spirit beast clan. Even someone like Chang Daoping wouldn't dare let out a fart. But now, they were bickering like children. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao couldn't help laughing at this scene. "So the two of you are no longer fighting and have changed to a bet?" Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. "Fight? If I could fight, I would have fought with him a long time ago. Who would be so bored to make a bet? We haven't fought for a long time, and our hands are itching. There's no other way." The great fire lion said helplessly. "That's right. After we came to the South Island, we have to obey the rules of the spirit beasts. Otherwise, we will die miserably. How can we fight for no reason?" The big spider sighed and said, "Benefactor, look at the ruins of Audwa Cultivation City. Didn't they all get killed? It's said that it was because they were disobedient that they ended up like this. This is a living example. We have to take it easy. I didn't expect the rules of the spirit beasts to be so strict." "That's unexpected." Lin Yi was a little surprised. According to his understanding, because of the sudden disappearance of the spirit beast king, the spirit beasts were now a group of dragons without a leader. In addition, each powerful spirit beast was a maverick existence, so it was not that easy to manage. Logically speaking, it should be chaotic. However, from what the great fire lion and the big spider said, the rules were very strict, which was very different from what he had imagined. Actually, it's not too strange. Compared to you human cultivators, we spirit beasts worship the strong more. If we can win, we fight. If we can't, we submit. There are no so many twists and turns. As long as the leader is really strong, it's more convenient to manage than you humans, the big spider explained. That's true. By the way, why are you here? Is this ruin your territory now? Lin Yi suddenly asked. Hee, don't joke around, benefactor. How is that possible? The great fire lion waved his hand and said, although this is a dead city, it used to be one of the top cities of the spirit beast clan. Even if it's deserted now, it's impossible for it to be given to a spirit beast so easily. Only an elder of our spirit beast clan would be able to control such a large territory. The two of us are new here, so how could we have such influence? But aren't you now at the late stage of nascent soul realm? Isn't this strength enough? I thought it was because you occupied a large number of cultivation resources that your strength could be reborn. Lin Yi could not help but ask curiously. Chapter 4290. Benefactor, there's something you don't know. We spirit beasts are different from you humans. Human cultivators have to rely on their own hard work to improve their strength. Every bit of strength is obtained through real cultivation. However, we spirit beasts are different. Apart from relying on acquired cultivation, Our strength is largely determined by nature. The talent of each race directly determines the limit we can reach. Acquired cultivation is actually the icing on the cake. 7. The Big Spider explained. That's right. In the core holy land of our spirit beast clan, there's a special formation that can unearth the talent of our race. As long as we have enough foundation, we can quickly improve our strength. Our strength has been stuck at a bottleneck for many years in the secular world. Our foundation is sufficient. After being stimulated by the formation, it's very normal for our strength to be reborn in a short period of time. However, this formation can only be used once for each spirit beast. After that, it won't have any effect. The Great Fire Lion nodded in agreement. I see. Lin Yi nodded in understanding. Human cultivators mainly looked at acquired cultivation, while spirit beasts mainly looked at racial talent. Both had their advantages and disadvantages. Between human cultivators, even if there was a slight difference in talent, it was not to the point where it was completely insurmountable. As long as one cultivated diligently and had enough opportunities, everything was possible in the end, no matter what level one reached. On the other hand, for spirit beasts, racial talent might not determine everything, but it determined at least 80% of their strength. No matter how hard they worked, there would be no such thing as a race counterattack. For example, the Great Fire Lion and the Big Spider were able to reach the late nascent soul realm. Their racial talent should be considered very good. Therefore, after being stimulated by the formation, their strength could improve so quickly. This was the advantage brought by their racial talent. However, although racial talent determines strength, daily cultivation is still indispensable for us. Otherwise, it'll be too sullen if we lose to others. The Great Fire Lion laughed and at the same time, looked at the Big Spider provocatively. His meaning was obvious. The two of them had always been enemies since the secular world, and neither of them was willing to give in to the other. Who knows who is sullen? The Big Spider snorted, then turned to Lin Yi and continued, both of us are newcomers and don't have much territory. We don't have any cultivation resources, so our only choice is to carry out missions to earn cultivation resources. So the two of you came to this relic to carry out a mission? Lin Yi asked curiously. That's right. This time, we were sent by the king of the spirit beasts to guard the ruins of this city. Our mission is to intercept the star ink milk that you human cultivators have collected. This thing is not very useful to us spirit beasts, but to you human cultivators, it is very useful. It's a good thing that's hard to find at an exorbitant price, so there will be spirit beast deacons coming over regularly to take away the star ink milk that we've intercepted and send it to the eastern continent in exchange for some cultivation resources and spirit jades. We will also obtain some cultivation resources as a reward, Big Spider said with a nod. Apart from the mission rewards, we can also do this job. There's also some extra income. The Big Fire Lion winked and smiled. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao couldn't help but smile when they heard this. The Great Fire Lion's so-called extra income was nothing more than that scene just now. The star ink milk was famous. There were always human cultivators who wanted to enter the relic to search for treasures. The result was self-evident. Naturally, they were all exploited by these two. The lunar shadow array allowed entry but not exit. The only way out of the relic was through the teleportation array. As long as the Big Fire Lion and Big Spider stood there, no human cultivator who came in could escape. In particular, the two of them were powerful beings in the late nascent soul realm. The human experts who could be attracted by the star ink milk were at most nascent soul realm experts. They were basically no match for the two of them. In order to save their lives, they could only obediently follow orders like Chang Daoping. Cultivation resources and spirit jades were easily obtained. This extra income was earned easily and happily. Oh, then why? Lin Yi was about to continue asking why they didn't collect the star ink milk themselves, but specifically waited for human cultivators to come to them. In the end, the ghost's bewildered voice suddenly sounded in his mind, the king of the spirit beasts. Did they find the king of the spirit beasts? Or did they make another spirit beast their king? When Lin Yi heard this, his heart skipped a beat. He finally realized that he had almost missed such a crucial piece of information. This was a major event that could change the situation on Heaven Stage Island. I heard that the king of the spirit beasts seemed to have disappeared for many years. Why did another king of the spirit beasts appear now? Lin Yi asked hurriedly. This was the thing that the ghost wanted to know the most at this moment. The original king of the spirit beasts has indeed disappeared. However, one of the 4 guardian elders of the spirit beasts, Elder Vermilion Bird, found the bloodline left behind by the king of the spirit beasts. Therefore, he made a new king. The big spider answered truthfully, however, because the current king is too young and doesn't understand the rules of the spirit beasts, Elder Vermilion Bird is now the regent elder. His relationship with the king is half teacher and half subject. His status is like the sun in the sky. In fact, Elder Vermilion Bird is in charge of all the matters of the spirit beasts, big or small. What? Isn't this obviously using the emperor to order the feudal vassals? When the ghost heard this, Lin Yi could clearly sense the disorder in its breathing even though it was only a primordial spirit. It said angrily, "Where did they find the descendant of the king? I'm the only one in the entire spirit beast clan who really went to the secular world. That bastard Vermilion Bird didn't go at all." Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat as he listened. This was a palace drama from the common world. He didn't think that it would be repeated with the spirit beast. It was just a few sentences, but even an outsider like him could see everything clearly. Could it be that it found a random puppet and used the regent elder's name to take the opportunity to take over the position? Yes, that must be it. That audacious bastard, the Vermilion Bird, would definitely do such a treacherous thing. The ghostly thing was so furious that it wanted nothing more than to rush out and fight the Vermilion Bird. Benefactor, what's wrong? The great flame lion and the big spider could not help but look at each other. At this moment, Lin Yi was exuding a strange and turbulent aura. Even the two of them, who were in the late nascent soul stage, could not help but have an urge to surrender. It was simply incredible. Chapter 4291. Oh, I'm fine. Do you know where the newly appointed king of the spirit beasts came from? Also, does Elder Vermilion Bird control the entire spirit beast clan? Why didn't the other elders stand up to oppose it? Lin Yi asked on behalf of the ghostly thing. The current situation in the spirit beast clan is indeed under Elder Vermilion Bird's control. The other elders basically don't say anything. Almost all the power is in Elder Vermilion Bird's hands. Within the spirit beast clan, at least on the surface, there isn't much opposition to it. The big spider nodded. Yes, it's the regent elder after all. Elder Vermilion Bird's current status is much higher than the other elders. The big fire lion nodded in agreement. As for where it found the king, we don't know. We're new here and haven't been in the spirit beast clan for a long time. We don't have any qualifications or background. We're only the lowest level guards now. We're not even 1-star executors yet. How would we know such core secrets? Where did the king come from? I'm afraid only the king and Elder Vermilion Bird know. As for the others, I'm afraid even the elders don't know the inside story, let alone us lowly minions. The big spider added. Oh. Lin Yi nodded and didn't say anything else. He was waiting for the ghostly thing's reaction. All right, I'm fine. Kid, don't worry about me. I need some peace and quiet now. The ghostly thing seemed to have regained its composure. It sighed in Lin Yi's mind and then didn't move. Okay. Lin Yi responded silently, but he was a little worried. Even when he first met the ghostly thing in the secular world, it was at its lowest and most embarrassing moment. It didn't feel as depressed as it was now. The cruel reality of Vermilion Bird seizing power. To this ghostly thing, it would probably be very hard to accept, especially since it was far from recovering. Even if it knew the truth, it wouldn't be able to do so. Even if it knew the truth, there was nothing it could do. By the way, the star ink milk is in this ruined city. Why do you have to wait for human cultivators to come and collect it? Isn't it the same if you collect it yourself? What if someone directly consumes the astral ink milk after finding it and doesn't bring it out like we did? Wouldn't that be a huge loss for you? Lin Yi continued to ask the previous question. Oh, there's nothing we can do about it. We can't collect the star ink milk by ourselves. We can only pin our hopes on the human cultivators who came here to search for treasures. As for whether they will consume it directly, the possibility is not very high. Even if they do consume it directly, it doesn't matter to us if we lose this bit of star ink milk, said the big fire lion with a smile as he shook his head. Why is that? The star ink milk is in that pool. It shouldn't be difficult to collect it, right? Lin Yi couldn't help but look at Huang Xiaodao in astonishment. Even a 3-year-old could do this kind of thing, so how could they not collect it? Benefactor, didn't you notice that the star ink milk was actually an altar? The big spider asked instead of answering. I know, there's also a spirit beast statue there. But what does that have to do with anything? Lin Yi looked at Huang Xiaodao, confused. That statue is said to be the appearance of the former spirit beast king. The entire altar was set up by him back then. He also left behind a sentence saying that the star ink milk is a treasure bestowed to us spirit beasts by the heavens, but we are not allowed to squander it at will. Therefore, we can't go up there to collect the star ink milk. The big spider shook his head. It really was the appearance of the spirit beast king. The big spider's words verified Lin Yi's previous guess. Just a statue alone was enough to make people subconsciously submit to it. The spirit beast king was indeed a transcendent existence that could subdue tens of thousands of beasts. But the former spirit beast king has been missing for so long. Things have changed with the passage of time. Does his words from back then still have such a strong binding force on you now? Lin Yi asked curiously. Since the spirit beasts completely followed the principle of the strong being respected, the spirit beast king was no longer around. Moreover, a new king had been appointed. As the saying goes, a new emperor brings a new court. They should not be so loyal to the orders of the former spirit beast king, right? The words themselves don't have much binding force. The key is that there's a naturally formed heavenly thunder array on the altar. It's fine for you human cultivators to go up there, but if we spirit beasts go up there, we'll be struck by lightning. The big spider smiled bitterly and shook his head. There's actually such a thing? That's no wonder. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao finally understood. They did not expect that collecting the star ink milk, which was an easy task for humans, would be so difficult for the spirit beasts. So, in order to collect the star ink milk, we kept secretly releasing information here. We even specially asked members of the other spirit beasts to find an opportunity to give out some seemingly confidential maps and information. This was to attract human cultivators to come and collect the star ink milk. Then, the two of us would intercept them at the entrance of the teleportation array, hehe. The big fire lion laughed proudly. I'm going to faint. The two of you are doing such a good business without any capital. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao were speechless. Now that they thought about it, Chang Daoping had been boasting that he was very familiar with the spirit beast deacon, which was why he had obtained the extremely confidential layout map of the ruins. It turned out that it was the idea of these two fellows. They were just fooling around with him, and he was so proud of himself. If he knew the cruel truth, he would probably be crying. Lin Yi finally understood. No wonder this ghost town was not as rotten and dilapidated as he had imagined. No wonder there was not so much dust on the streets. It turned out that the entire AO Duo cultivation city ruins was a trap from the beginning. Once a super bait like the star ink milk was released, there would not be a single human cultivator who would not fall for it. After going through so much trouble, not only would they end up being laborers for someone else, they would also have to pay with all their belongings. They would not be able to cry even if they wanted to. Hee, this is a ready-made business without any capital. It would be a waste not to do it. We came here for this. Otherwise, who else would guard the entrance of this damn place? The big fire lion and the big spider looked at each other and smiled. If it was not for the extra income, the two of them would not be willing to guard the ruins. Just by relying on the little reward given by the Spirit Beast clan, they would not be able to advance in this lifetime. After all, unlike in the secular world, they were now in the late nascent soul stage. The little resources they had were not enough for their cultivation. A man would not be rich without a windfall, and a horse would not be fat without a night's grass. If they did not take advantage of unorthodox methods, how could they get rich? In fact, If it was just to collect the star ink milk, there was a more convenient and simple method. They could just grab a random human and have him collect the star ink milk at the altar. Chapter 4292. However, no one had ever done so. The reason was very simple. After all, the former Spirit Beast King was once an invincible existence. Now that time had passed and his words were no longer so binding, no one would really disregard him. Moreover, there was a deeper meaning behind this. The reason why the star ink milk was so rare was not only its great effect on human cultivators, but also its rarity. As the saying went, the rarer something was, the greater its value. If the Spirit Beast clan continuously sold the star ink milk, the rare goods would no longer be rare, and they would not be able to sell it at a good price. The Spirit Beast clan naturally would not do such a stupid thing. Of course, the most important thing was that this method of fishing with the star ink milk not only allowed them to collect the star ink milk appropriately, but also allowed their subordinates to take the opportunity to fish for profits. It was also a disguised reward. Not only did the higher-ups save trouble, but the subordinates would also be happy. It could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. What about your clansmen? Lin Yi asked with a smile. These two were clan leaders. Without their care, it would be difficult for the Great Flame Lion clan and the Big Spider clan to gain a foothold in the South Island, which was densely packed with powerful spirit beasts. We're guarding the door here, so these little ones naturally have to come and help us. However, they're all hiding behind the ruins. We can't let you human cultivators find them, or else we'll alert the enemy. The Great Flame Lion laughed. Oh, right. Speaking of alerting the enemy, if people like Chang Daoping were to go back and spread the news of your robbery after suffering a loss, wouldn't the trap you set be exposed? This isn't a long-term solution, right? Lin Yi asked. Hihi, who would be so big-mouthed to spread such a shameful and unlucky thing? Wouldn't they be embarrassing themselves? Human cultivators are famous for being selfish. He's unlucky here, and he can't wait for everyone in the world to come here and follow in his footsteps. This way, he'll feel better. Why would he be so kind as to remind others? The Great Flame Lion laughed as he spoke. If it weren't for this inherent selfish nature, they really wouldn't be able to do this business for long. That's true. Lin Yi thought about it and felt that it was true. Even if it was him, if it wasn't a close friend, he probably wouldn't tell anyone about it, let alone others. What's more, when he and Huang Xiaodao were stopped, the gloating expressions on Chang Daoping's and the others' faces were already a living example. Everyone was out of luck except for the two of them. No matter who it was, they would feel unbalanced. Moreover, if word gets out that there are fewer human cultivators, the two of us probably won't be working here anymore. We'll think of a way to transfer ourselves away to do other missions. After all, we can't keep wasting our time in this godforsaken place, Big Spider added with a smile. That's right, we'll go wherever there's more money. We're not alone. They all have big families to support. The Great Fire Lion nodded repeatedly. He and the spider had always been enemies and friends. In the secular world, they were mostly enemies. However, there were many powerful spirit beasts on Heaven Stage Island, so the two of them could only hug each other and advance and retreat together. Well, I think it's actually good for you guys now. You've just arrived and you don't have a territory. It's really risky to wander around with so many people. It just so happens that no one will compete with you for territory in the ruins. It's a rare place for you to settle down now. Lin Yi nodded. That's right. What we need to do now is to fish for more money in this place and gain a foothold. As for how to develop in the future, we'll have to wait and see. Big Spider suddenly found a confidant. He turned his head and curled his lips at the Great Fire Lion. See that? Great minds think alike. If we really listened to your stupid idea and wandered around outside, who knows how many of our clans would have died? We wouldn't have such a stable life now. Okay. You're smart enough. The Great Fire Lion's face showed a rare shyness. He quickly changed the topic and asked Lin Yi, Benefactor, let's not talk about us. Let's talk about you. Why are you here? And this person next to you, is she your? At this point, the Great Fire Lion and Big Spider stared at Huang Xiaodao and laughed mischievously. Huang Xiaodao lowered her head in embarrassment. I almost forgot. Come, let me introduce you. She's Huang Xiaodao, a disciple of Blue Cloud Pavilion on the North Island. Lin Yi smiled as he introduced the two. Xiaodao, these two are old friends I've known since I was in the common world. You've seen their true forms as well. They're the leaders of the fire lions and the big spiders. Xiaodao greets the two seniors. Huang Xiaodao hurriedly took off her veil and bowed to the great fire lion and big spider. Since they were old friends, there was naturally no need to continue hiding her appearance. No, we don't dare. We're not seniors. You're our sister-in-law. The great fire lion and big spider quickly returned the greeting. In terms of age and strength, they could indeed be considered seniors. However, Lin Yi was their benefactor, so it was not too much to call her sister-in-law. This sister-in-law made Huang Xiaodao, who was already thin-skinned, even more embarrassed. Her face blushed all the way to her ears. All right, there's no need to stand on ceremony with each other. You're all on the same side anyway, Lin Yi said with a smile. Yes. Benefactor, you just said that sister-in-law Xiaodao is a disciple of Blue Cloud Pavilion on the North Island. How did you two meet? The great fire lion asked curiously. It's very simple. Because I'm now the same as her. I'm also a disciple of Blue Cloud Pavilion on the North Island, so naturally we know each other, Lin Yi replied with a smile. Benefactor, you've also joined the 3 major pavilions on the North Island, the Great Fire Lion and Big Spider asked curiously. That's right. When I first came to Heaven Stage Island through the teleportation formation, I was randomly teleported to the North Island. Then, I joined the 3 major pavilions on the North Island. Now that I think about it, it's been more than a year. The experiences I've had during this period are also difficult to explain in a few words. Lin Yi sighed in his heart. If he really had to count it, a lot of things had happened in this year. Any one of them alone was a legendary experience that was hard for others to imagine. The North Island and the South Island are thousands of miles apart from each other. Benefactor, why are you here? The great fire lion and big spider could not help but look at each other. Could it be that you're here for the star ink milk? It can't be. I remember that the news of the star ink milk was basically only released in the nearby waters. Has it already spread so far? Damn. Of course not. This is actually still a secret outside. Not many people know about it. Lin Yi shook his head. Chapter 4293. If everyone knew about it, Chang Daoping wouldn't have been so secretive back then, and there wouldn't have been so few people coming. What's that? The big fire lion asked doubtfully. Actually, we came here this time because we accepted a mission from the 3 pavilions. We came to the Wei-Arc territorial waters to hunt down a heretic cultivator, but there were some twists and turns along the way, so we ended up in the nearby Zhenduan territorial waters. Then, we heard that the miasma in Lufeng Forest had dissipated, so we came here with the others to look for treasures. We met Chang Daoping and his group that you just sent away. They said that there was a chance to get the star ink milk, so we came here. Lin Yi told the whole story in a few words. We were supposed to be far apart from each other, but somehow we managed to meet again. This is the legendary fate, said the big fire lion happily. That's for sure. By the way, Benefactor, you too can take all of this star ink milk, but it might not be easy to take it. I have to think of a way to pack it up for you. The big spider said worriedly. There were hundreds of bottles of star ink milk here, and they couldn't be knocked over or put into a random leather bag. He didn't know that Lin Yi had a heaven-defying trump card like the jade pendant space. It would take a lot of effort for an ordinary person to take all of it away. All of it? Lin Yi was stunned and couldn't help but ask, isn't your main mission here to collect the star ink milk? There will be spirit beast deacons coming to collect it regularly. If I take all of it away, won't you two be questioned? Lin Yi really needed the star ink milk, and he really wanted it, but if he let the big fire lion and the big spider take the blame for him, then it wouldn't be right. He would never do something like this that would harm his own people. Of course not. There are only the 2 of us guarding the ruins. During this time, no human cultivators have come in. As for how many human cultivators have come, I won't say. If he doesn't say, no one else will know, the big spider explained with a smile. That's right. When the deacon comes, we can just say that no one has come. Then it's settled. Will he question us one by one? He doesn't have the time. The big fire lion also laughed. But if I take so much at once, doesn't it mean that no one has come here for a long time? Lin Yi was still a little worried. Even if he can't find someone to ask, he can see that there's nothing here. If you really want to investigate, you can go to the altar and take a look at the amount of star ink milk. Wouldn't you know everything then? That won't happen. Benefactor, look at the speed at which the star ink milk drips. If it's fast, one bottle can be filled in 2 or 3 days. As long as there's less than half a pool left, we spirit beasts won't dare to go up and examine it. Who wouldn't be afraid of being struck by lightning? If you just stand outside the altar, it's hard to tell if there's more or less, explained the great fire lion. Yes. Moreover, even if you take these away, we will still have some astral ink milk. After a while, the human cultivators from the other seas will come. Isn't there another one now? The large spider also explained. Other sea regions? Lin Yi was stunned when he heard this. He asked curiously, there will be human cultivators coming from other sea regions? Of course. Lufeng Forest is very big, and the neighboring sea regions aren't just the Zhenduan Sea region. All of them are connected to different seas, and all of them have their own teleportation arrays. We just need to display the map of the route. As long as we release the route map, there will naturally be human cultivators coming. The great fire lion chuckled. So, Benefactor, don't worry. Moreover, we have a good relationship with the spirit beast deacon in charge of this matter. He won't make things difficult for us over such a small matter. The large spider winked and hinted. Then, all right, I won't stand on ceremony with the two of you. Lin Yi finally understood. The cultivation resources that the two of them had intercepted would probably have to be given to the deacon. Otherwise, the deacon would only be responsible for collecting the star ink milk. Why would he work so hard to advertise outside without any benefits? This was all mutually beneficial. Since it wouldn't implicate the great fire lion and the large spider, it would be a waste not to take the star ink milk. Only a fool would refuse it. After saying that, Lin Yi directly waved his hand in front of everyone and stored all the spirit jade bottles containing the star ink milk into the space of the jade pendant. In the eyes of everyone, it was like hundreds of bottles of star ink milk had disappeared into thin air under their noses. The great fire lion and the large spider didn't speak for a long time. The way they looked at Lin Yi was clearly more awe-inspiring. Even if they were existences in the late nascent soul stage, they couldn't do it so flawlessly. Their benefactor was really amazing. However, although they were shocked, the great fire lion and the large spider didn't ask much. Even if they were on the same side, this kind of method was related to the trump card. If Lin Yi wanted to say it, he would naturally tell them. If he didn't say it, there was no need to force it. Looking at so many star ink milk in the space of the jade pendant, Lin Yi was overjoyed. As long as it wasn't drunk like water, not to mention Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao, even if all the beauties and brothers around Lin Yi were counted, it should be more than enough. This trip to Lufeng Forest, from the nascent ginseng to the universal golden dan fruit, and now the star ink milk, the harvest was really beyond imagination. It could be seen that accepting the task of hunting down Wu Baoliang was definitely a wise move. Even if he couldn't catch Wu Baoliang this time, the harvest alone was enough to make others envious. By the way, Benefactor, do you know how to use the star ink milk? The large spider suddenly asked. This. I really haven't studied it carefully. Isn't it just taken directly? Lin Yi couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. In fact, because his level was not high enough, he had never heard of the star ink milk before. It was only when he met Chang Daoping and the others on the way that he heard that it could be used to become the strongest nascent soul stage master that he suddenly had the idea to follow them. As for the specific use of the star ink milk, it could be said that he had no understanding at all. He was a complete layman. Of course, it was also a perfect breakthrough. Although Lin Yi had not come into contact with the star ink milk, at least he had used the star ink stone. In his heart, there was probably not much difference. Basically, It should be taken together with the star ink milk when breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Besides, wasn't there still the damn thing? The large spider shook its head and said, although it is not impossible to take it directly, this method can at most be regarded as a semi-perfect breakthrough. Compared to a true perfect breakthrough, there is still a big gap. Oh, is there another way? Or do I have to take it with other treasures or pills? Lin Yi said thoughtfully. Chapter 4294. He was an alchemist. The first thought that popped into his mind was to use medicinal pills as a supplement. After all, there were many treasures of heaven and earth that had mediocre effects when taken alone. However, if other spiritual medicines were used as a supplement, the medicinal properties could be maximized and miraculous effects could be achieved. That's not necessary. If you want to achieve a perfect breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, there is actually a very simple method. That is to bathe in the star ink milk. The big spider laughed. Huh! Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao, who were listening attentively, thought that it was some exquisite method. When they suddenly heard the word bathe, they were stunned. Bathing itself wasn't strange, but using star ink milk to bathe was really strange no matter how one thought about it. If this was really taken to the market to be sold, a drop of star ink milk would be worth at least 1,000 spirit jades. Using this thing to bathe, was there anything more extravagant and nouveau riche than this? You didn't hear wrong, bathing. The big fire lion laughed and said, although we spiritual beasts don't use this star ink milk ourselves and trade it with human cultivators, it is still from our hands. We have some understanding of the effects of so many human cultivators after using star ink milk. We have also summarized some experiences. The star ink milk is only the best when used for the first time. It can't be said that there is no effect after that, but it will not have the miraculous effect of being reborn. At most, it will be the same as us spiritual beasts using star ink milk. That's right. And there is one more point. Whether it is taken orally or applied externally, there is no obvious difference in the effect. The big spider nodded and added. Since there is no obvious difference, there is no need to waste it on bathing, right? Lin Yi's lips twitched. He still felt that this idea was too exaggerated. Even if he was really a nouveau riche, he would not be able to withstand such a torment. No, we also concluded a third point of experience, which is that when you use it for the first time, the more star ink milk the body is exposed to, the better the effect. The big spider explained. Without waiting for Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao to react, the great fire lion chuckled and said, therefore, if you want to achieve the so-called perfect breakthrough, the best way is to bathe with the star ink milk. Any other method will allow you to have more contact than this. Of course, if you don't mind, I think you can drink it while bathing. Drinking while bathing? Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao looked at each other speechlessly. What an exaggerated way to use the fort. He had never seen or heard of such a thing before. Although this fellow is exaggerating a little, according to the past experiences of our spiritual beast clan, this is indeed the case. Of course, most people wouldn't know of this method. Even if they knew, they wouldn't have the conditions to do so. There are very few human cultivators who can obtain a small bottle of star ink milk. It's impossible to get so much at once and use it for a bath. Big Spider nodded. All right, I understand. Lin Yi finally digested this shocking method. After all, the Great Fire Lion and Big Spider had given him hundreds of bottles. It was enough for a bath. If it was not enough for a few people to bathe separately, they could always bathe together, as everyone was talking. Suddenly, the needle on the small round plate next to the teleportation array moved slightly, immediately attracting Lin Yi's attention. This is. Lin Yi pointed to the small round plate and asked. The Big Dipper and a crescent moon were vaguely carved on it. The layout was the same as the moon shadow array. There seemed to be some connection between the two. Oh, this is the detection array of the moon shadow array outside. If there is any movement in the moon shadow array, it will show up here, Big Spider explained. That means someone is trying to break into the moon shadow array? Lin Yi said thoughtfully. That's right. From the looks of it, another wave of human cultivators is coming. Hehe, they are here to give us warmth. They are all good people. Great Fire Lion rubbed his hands excitedly. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao could not help but smile. If the other party knew that the two of them were here to rob them, they would not come to give them warmth. Who would be willing to be a good person? Since there are outsiders coming, it's not convenient for us to stay here for long. We can only leave first. Since we know each other's situation, we will meet again in the future, Lin Yi immediately suggested. All right, there is still time. We will catch up with our benefactor next time. Great Fire Lion and Big Spider nodded. If outsiders saw them together, the two of them would not care. After all, they did not go out. However, if someone with ulterior motives were to target Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao, it would inevitably cause trouble. All right, we will meet again. Take care, both of you. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao cupped their hands at Great Fire Lion and Big Spider. We will meet again. Take care. After the Great Fire Lion and Big Spider watched Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao walk into the teleportation formation, they immediately activated the teleportation formation. A white light flashed, and Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao's figures immediately disappeared. When they opened their eyes again, Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao's figures had reappeared in the vast dense forest. There was an open space around them. In addition to the small teleportation formation under their feet, there was another teleportation formation not far away. If there was no accident, the other end should be connected to Lu Feng's teleportation formation, which led directly to Zhenduan City. Lin Yi glanced around. At this moment, there were no other human cultivators around, nor did he see the shadow of Chong Daoping and the others. They came in high spirits and left in low spirits. After suffering such a big loss in the ruins, they were probably so depressed that they were not in the mood to continue staying, so they directly went back. What should we do now? Do we continue to walk around here? Huang Xiaodao turned her head and asked. There were about a few days before the miasma returned, so they were not in a hurry to leave. Forget it. If we continue to walk around here, we probably won't encounter anything good. Instead of wasting time, it's better to go back to Zhenduan City first. Counting the time, we have been out for more than half a month. After a little rest, we can wait for the boat to go back to Wei Arc City. Lin Yi thought for a while and said. Infant ginseng, myriad crossing golden core fruit, star ink milk, these were the most famous treasures of Lu Feng Forest. For the two of them, of course, there was no need to continue to waste time in the forest. It was better to go back and recuperate. Huang Xiaodao nodded, and the two of them immediately came to another teleportation formation. After looking around, they found that there were also 6 positions on this teleportation formation, just like Lu Feng's teleportation formation. However, the difference was that there was a card slot behind each of the 6 positions. Chapter 4295. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao immediately understood. They each found a spot and took out the tokens they had obtained from the teleportation formation at Lufeng Forest, inserting them into the card slot. The teleportation formation was activated successfully, and when they opened their eyes again, they were back in Zhenduan City. Half a month had passed, and the scene in Zhenduan City was even worse than before. Not only had the crowds not decreased, but they had even increased, making the place even more crowded than before. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao looked at each other helplessly. This place was as noisy as a market, and every single one of these people was a powerful master in the outside world. But now, they were running around like dogs. It was a situation that made them speechless, but it was enough to show how attractive Lufeng's forest was. Yet, this was where Lin Yi was wrong. There were only 10 days left until the miasma would return, and it was already too late to explore Lufeng's forest now. More and more people were gathering, not for Lufeng Forest, but for something even more important and exciting. However, Lin Yi did not plan to care so much. He just wanted to go to the pier to take a look at the situation. Although the boat he had booked had not arrived yet, there might be other ways to get there. There was nothing wrong with making preparations in advance. However, when Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao arrived at the pier, they were surprised to find that it was heavily guarded. No one was allowed to enter or leave, and the entire pier was under martial law. What's going on? Lin Yi could not help but be puzzled. There had not been so many guards when he had first arrived, and there had not been any martial law restricting entry and exit. Little brother, are you from out of town? A middle-aged man dressed as a boatman glanced at Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao. He seemed to be someone who worked at the pier, but had been chased out and could not enter. Yes. Uncle, can you tell us what's going on? Lin Yi asked hurriedly. What else could it be? The Morning Star and Yellow Rank Cultivator Academies of the East Continent are recruiting students here. It's always the same when they come here. To prevent people who know about this from swarming over, they've sealed off the pier and prevented people from entering or leaving, the middle-aged man said, pursing his lips. I see. Lin Yi nodded. Before he went to Lufeng Forest, he had heard that there was a Yellowstep Academy in the East Continent that was recruiting students, but he didn't expect to run into one here. Actually, the news has already spread out, and those who should have come have already arrived. Now that the dock has been sealed off, it's impossible for them to do so. You're just taking off your pants to fart. I can't even do any work because of you. I can only stand here and starve. What a fucking piece of shit. The middle-aged man cursed angrily. That doesn't make sense. Even if he was afraid of attracting too many people, he could have just allowed people to leave and not enter. Why did he have to seal off the entire dock? Lin Yi couldn't help but be surprised, and he even used such a big force. That's right. The middle-aged man helplessly shook his head and said, he said that he's afraid that the news will spread out and if too many people are attracted, it will easily cause trouble at the dock. Why would the big shots care about the thoughts of us little people? Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao looked at each other helplessly. This time, even if they wanted to leave, they couldn't. It was estimated that the dock would only be reopened after the so-called East Continent Morning Star Academy left. It would be impossible to leave before that. There was no other way. There was no point in continuing to guard the dock. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao could only follow the crowd and return to Zhenduan City. Since they were back, Lin Yi pulled Huang Xiaodao along with him and followed the crowd. After walking one round with the huge crowd, they finally arrived at Zhenduan Square. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao had been here before. Back then, many people formed teams to recruit people here. It was also here that they met Guo Dengdao, which was why they formed a team to enter Lufeng Forest with Chu Bubai and the others. That was how they obtained so many rewards. And now, the number of people gathered in Zhenduan Square was much more than before. Lin Yi roughly estimated that there were at least a few thousand people, and there was still a steady stream of cultivators. It seemed that it was only a matter of time before the number reached 5 digits, or even more. However, at this time, although there were many people, the order of the scene was much better than before. At least, no one was shouting at the top of their lungs to form teams to recruit people, and no one was making a ruckus. Even if they were discussing with each other, they deliberately lowered their voices. All the cultivators spontaneously sat on the ground in rows, looking up from time to time, as if they were waiting for something. Looking ahead, in the middle of Zhenduan Square, the crowd did not know when it started, but an incomparably tall fence had appeared. It divided Zhenduan Square into 2 worlds. Outside the fence was one world, and inside the fence was another world. Compared to the crowded scene outside the fence, the inside of the fence was much emptier. There was a temporarily built high platform with a long row of tables and chairs. At this moment, there were already many people sitting on the high platform. There were at least 30 people, but even so, there were still some empty seats. It was unknown if they were reserved for others, or if they were already there. In this situation, the people who could sit on the high platform were probably from the legendary Yellow Rank Morning Star Cultivator Academy in the East Continent. Moreover, since they had come all the way here to recruit people, if there were no surprises, the people sitting there would most likely be people like the Chancellor of the Academy. There might even be people even more important than this, such as the Vice Dean of the Academy. However, Lin Yi did not know anything about the Yellow Morning Star Cultivator Academy. He had only recently heard about it in the East Continent. Of course, he did not know any of the people sitting on the high platform, but he could at least tell that none of them were ordinary people. Thinking back, when Lin Yi first came to Heaven Stage Island, he went to the back mountain to participate in the first newcomer's trial. He was shocked by the powerful aura of the 3 elders who guarded the back mountain hall, and was even in awe of them. To be able to become an elder of the 3 pavilions of the North Island, Their strength was at least above the nascent soul stage. Lin Yi was only an expert in the early foundation establishment stage at that time, so it was normal for him to be intimidated by the other party's aura. But now, things were different. As an expert in the early gold core stage who had a perfect breakthrough, Lin Yi would not feel any awe when facing ordinary nascent soul stage experts. There had even been genuine nascent soul stage experts who had died in his and Huang Xiaotao's hands. Chapter 4296. However, at this moment, looking at the people on the high platform and feeling their undisguised majestic aura, Lin Yi once again felt the same feeling he had when he was in the back mountain hall. Among the more than 30 people on the stage, the masters of the nascent soul stage were only the lowest level of existence. Among them, there were many masters of the profound ascending stage who were above the nascent soul stage. These people came from the same academy. The East Continent was known as the strongest existence on the Heaven Stage Island, and it really lived up to its reputation. There were really hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Lin Yi had been in the Heaven Stage Island for more than a year, and he had seen a lot of supermasters, but compared with the masters of the profound ascending stage on the stage, there was still a considerable gap. Among the people he knew and came into contact with, there were only 2.5 people who could really compare with them, or could steadily suppress the other side. One of them was the Will of Heaven. Although his strength was only at the peak of the nascent soul stage, he was a freak who could easily kill those who were at a higher level than him. Not long after he recovered from his injury, he easily defeated Southern Aurora Polaris in the early stage of the profound ascending stage. He could not be judged by common sense. Even among the masters of the profound ascending stage, he should be quite a powerful existence. The other one was the master of the Soaring Sky Pavilion, Shanghai Tianhua, the top boss of the 3 pavilions in the North Island. Although Lin Yi had never seen him in action, or even seen him show his aura, his intuition told Lin Yi that with the strength of Shanghai Tianhua, even if he was placed on the high platform, he should be one of the best. As for the remaining half, it was the ghostly thing that was now in the space of the jade pendant. Lin Yi had never seen the strength of this guy, but the other party was also the top elder of the Spirit Beast clan. He was also regarded as the top existence of the Spirit Beast clan. His peak state should not be inferior to these people. Otherwise, if even he could not match him, the Spirit Beast clan would have been wiped out by human forces long ago, and would not have survived until now. However, this damn thing was only a broken primordial spirit, so no matter how powerful it was in the past, it could only be considered half a primordial spirit now. In addition to these 2.5, among the people that Lin Yi knew, there was no one who could compete with these mysterious ascending stage masters. After all, any mysterious ascending stage master, even if placed in Middle Island, was already a top master, and not some common trash that could be seen everywhere. And now, on the high platform, there were no less than 7 profound ascending stage masters, and this was not the most exaggerated. What really made Lin Yi's eyelids twitch was the 3 people sitting in the middle. Their aura was far more majestic and profound than the group of mysterious ascending stage masters. In other words, these 3 people were transcendent existences above the profound ascension stage. As for what realm was above the profound ascension stage, Lin Yi had never even heard of it. Lin Yi was secretly shocked. It was no wonder that so many people yearned for the East Continent. They all wanted to be selected by this Golden Morning Star Cultivator Academy, as there was a super expert above the profound ascension stage overseeing it. This was simply a living signboard. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao looked at each other, and could not continue forward. They could only follow the rules of the crowd and sit down at the back of the crowd. Since they had nowhere else to go, they might as well join in the fun and listen to the discussions of the people around them. Dean Ling Yuanqing actually came in person this year? As expected. Just as Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao sat down, they heard a man wearing a yellow hat exclaim in the front row. That's impossible, right? No matter how important this enrollment is, as a dignified dean. It's impossible for him to come in person, right? Did you make a mistake? Someone at the side immediately questioned. Mistake? Do you think I'm blind? Do you think I'll talk nonsense about this kind of thing? Look at the old man in the middle wearing a white school robe, his Dean Ling Yuanqing. The man in the yellow hat said with certainty. Lin Yi looked over without batting an eyelid. The old man that this person was pointing at was one of the three people that he paid attention to, a transcendent existence that was above the profound ascension stage. His aura does seem like it, but he could also be a vice dean or something. I heard that the vice deans of the Yellow Morning Star Cultivator Academy are all monsters with incredible strength, not much weaker than the dean himself. A few people at the side still did not completely believe it. What do you know? The one in the middle is Dean Ling Yuanqing, there's no doubt about that. As for the vice dean you mentioned, do you see the two sitting beside him? Those are the real vice deans, the man in the yellow hat said with a look of disdain. The two vice deans he was referring to were the two super experts above the profound ascension stage, other than the old man in the middle. Lin Yi nodded inwardly. It seemed that the man in the yellow hat was right. Even if it was the legendary Yellow Morning Star Cultivator Academy in the East Continent, with such strength, if they could not even become vice deans, it would be too shocking. Good. You're experienced and knowledgeable, all right? Speaking of which, Dean Ling Yuanqing and the two vice deans beside him are all very secretive. How do you know so much about them? That's right, you've never been to the East Continent, how can you recognize these experts? That's right, if you're talking about the two vice deans, it's fine if you can recognize them. It's not strange for them to show up during the previous recruitment, but this Dean Ling Yuanqing you mentioned, he's never appeared before, right? Have you seen him before? The people at the side asked curiously. It was not their first time participating in the East Continent Academy's selection, and they had heard of legendary figures like Dean Ling Yuanqing, but they had never seen him before. It was even more impossible for them to be as confident as the man in the yellow hat. You guys don't understand. Of course, I've never seen such a big figure before, but have you guys forgotten? I have a cousin who is an expert in the pugilistic world. I was fortunate enough to see the portraits of some mountain opening stage experts in the East Continent, and one of them was this Dean Ling Yuanqing. The man in the yellow hat boasted proudly to the crowd. Oh, you're talking about your distant cousin who's known as the pugilistic world's inquisitor. No wonder he knows these big figures, it's really not surprising. When everyone heard this, they finally came to a realization. It seemed that this inquisitive cousin was also an extremely famous person. Now, you should believe me, right? But come to think of it, the Academy's selection is such a sensational event, there's no reason for my cousin to not come and join in the fun. Why don't I see him this time? The man in the yellow hat continued to be proud of himself while feeling a little puzzled. Chapter 4297. Although your cousin's strength isn't that great, he's still a mysterious expert. It's normal that you can't find him in such a short time. Why don't you tell us about the mountain opening stage? This is the first time I've heard of this stage. It should be above the profound ascension stage, right? Someone egged him on. That's right. Above the profound ascension stage is the mountain opening stage. On the viewing platform, Dean Ling Yuanqing and the two vice deans beside him are all mountain opening stage expert. The man in the yellow hat nodded. The legendary mountain opening stage experts are all existences that can casually split open a mountain with a palm. Is this true? Asked another person at the side. What's so strange about splitting a mountain with a single palm strike? If there's no protective formation, even a golden core expert like me can split a mountain with a single blow. Someone said disapprovingly. Hey, what do you know? The mountain I'm talking about isn't the small hill you're imagining. It's the kind of majestic mountain that easily stretches for tens or hundreds of miles. Why don't you open one for me to broaden my horizons? That person said disdainfully. I can't do that. A majestic mountain that stretches for tens or hundreds of miles must have an extraordinary foundation. People like us can't even touch a hair on it. If they can split a mountain with a single palm strike, then wouldn't their strength be too exaggerated? A few people couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. Don't doubt me. He's not wrong about this. The so-called mountain opening stage experts are heaven-defying existences that can split a mountain with a single palm strike. However, we can't usually see experts of this level. Other than the East Continent, even on the 4 great islands of the heaven rank, they're rare existences. I heard my cousin say that even if we include the spiritual beasts in the South Continent, There are only a few of them. The man in the yellow hat showed off his knowledge to the crowd. If that's the case, then if we can be chosen to become a disciple of the Yellow Morningstar Academy, then we'll have an amazing future, the crowd said excitedly as they rubbed their palms together. Even if they didn't know much about the so-called academies in the East Continent, they knew that the Yellow Morningstar Academy had Ling Yuanqing and the other 2 mountain opening stage experts. If he could obtain their recognition and join them, his future would definitely be immeasurable. Hehe, this is called a lunatic's daydream. Don't you understand that you're thinking too much? Open your eyes wide and look carefully. How many people have come here? I bet. This place was definitely filled with geniuses. Gold core stage experts like us aren't even worth a second glance. We're just ordinary gold core stage experts. They won't even look us in the eye, and you still want to be chosen by them? Dream on. Someone at the side sneered and mocked himself. You guys don't understand. When people come here to recruit people, they don't care about strength but potential. They care about your aptitude. As long as your aptitude is outstanding, anything is possible. The man in the yellow hat shook his head and refuted. That's right. Since we're already here, there's no harm in giving it a try. Maybe we'll be lucky. Maybe our aptitude is better than others, but no one has discovered it before. Everyone immediately echoed with a smile. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao sat behind everyone. Listening to their discussions, they finally knew that the realm above the profound ascension stage was called the mountain opening stage. On the stage, Ling Yuanqing and the other 2 were all mountain opening stage experts. Separated by a distance of a few hundred feet, Lin Yi carefully observed Ling Yuanqing and the other 2 again. He found that although the 3 of them were all mountain opening stage experts, there was still a difference in strength between them. Ling Yuanqing sat in the middle of the courtyard. His aura was obviously more majestic and profound than the 2 beside him. His strength should be the strongest among the 3. The vice principal sitting on his left was a woman. She looked to be about 40 years old. Of course, to be able to reach such a high realm like the mountain opening stage, her real age must be much older than this, but it was unknown how old she was. However, according to Lin Yi's knowledge, there were only 2 possibilities for a 40-year-old appearance. Either this woman did not deliberately control her appearance, or she was about 40 years old when her strength finally advanced to the heaven stage. However, thinking about it carefully, which woman in the world did not love to be beautiful? From the cultivators that Lin Yi had seen, there were many male cultivators who did not deliberately control their appearance, but there was really not a single female cultivator. It was the nature of all women to love beauty. Unless they were disfigured or suffered some kind of trauma that left a shadow in their hearts, no woman would be willing to age. And this woman on the viewing platform did not have any kind of trauma like disfigurement. With this deduction, Lin Yi was 80% sure that the woman on the stage should be deliberately controlling her appearance. Otherwise, why did she not become an old woman? But in this case, there was only the second possibility, and that was that this woman did not finally advance to the heaven stage until she was about 40 years old. This kind of aptitude, in the secular world, could be considered passable, but in the heaven stage island, not to mention compared to the cultivation geniuses, she could not even be considered as an average person. Her aptitude could only be considered low. But how could a woman with this kind of aptitude achieve such exaggerated heights? It was normal for a cultivator with low aptitude to reach the foundation establishment stage. Even the gold core stage was an extravagant hope, not to mention the mountain opening stage, which was several stages above the gold core stage. It could not be that this woman's aptitude was very poor in the early stage, but the more she cultivated, the better her aptitude became, right? This was not in line with common sense, nor was it in line with logic. Lin Yi was secretly surprised, but this kind of question could not be answered unless he asked the woman herself. Other than this woman, the vice dean sitting on the right side of Ling Yuanqing had a completely different aura style. He was a man with a rather fierce and overbearing appearance. He was dressed in black and had a glossy, swept-back hair. At first glance, he looked like a mountain bandit, but at second glance, he looked like a village tyrant. In short, he did not look like a good person, and the key point was that he was not a high-grade evil person. If one did not look at his current aura, On the surface, he would simply look like a bandit leader who could not be seen in public. However, it was this big brother with such a dignified appearance that was the legendary super expert of the mountain opening stage. One could not help but comment that one could not judge a person by their appearance, and the ancients did not deceive me. After carefully observing the three of them, Lin Yi's gaze finally fell on the woman. What made him feel rather strange was that the aura emitted by this woman made him feel vaguely familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. It seemed very familiar, but he could not remember at the moment. Chapter 4298. In addition, there was another thing that made Lin Yi feel very surprised. The seat on the woman's left was actually empty. He didn't know if others didn't have the qualifications to sit next to her, or if it was reserved for some special people. If it was the latter, to be able to sit with such a super master of the mountain opening stage, needless to say, it must be a very powerful existence. Maybe there would be another mountain opening stage master. Sure enough, they are all masters. This time, I've learned a lot. Lin Yi suddenly smiled. Although it was unexpected, this scene of super masters made his blood boil instinctively. Well, yes. Huang Xiaodao nodded. In her previous life, let alone profound ascension experts, other than the elders of the three great pavilions, even nascent soul experts were rarely seen, let alone mountain opening experts who were above the profound ascension stage. Before this, she simply could not imagine that the world was so big, and that the heaven stage island was actually so vast. As the saying goes, the bigger a person's heart is, the bigger the stage is, but the premise that determines all of this is one's knowledge and vision. If one was just a frog at the bottom of a well and didn't know the strength of the big masters in the world, then no matter how talented he was, how much potential he had, or how hard he cultivated, he would never be able to stand at the peak of the strong. If he didn't even know where the peak was, how could he reach it? Just from this point alone, one could see how important this trip to Zhenduan City was to the two. It wasn't any less than what they'd gotten from Lufeng's forest, at least it was their first time seeing it. What was a super master standing at the top of the heaven stage island? Just as Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao were overwhelmed with emotions, the dean on the high platform, Ling Yuanqing, who was the center of attention, suddenly cleared his throat and spoke. Okay, it's time to register. Block the square and restrict access. Without any means of amplification, Ling Yuanqing seemed to be speaking normally, but his voice came from all directions. It was clearly transmitted to the ears of nearly 10,000 cultivators present. As soon as Ling Yuanqing's voice fell, a group of experts dressed in silver robes quickly spread out in all directions, surrounding the entire square. An austere and imposing aura instantly enveloped the entire square, causing everyone to not dare to act blindly without thinking. Everyone present kept quiet. They didn't dare to talk as loudly as before, for fear of bringing trouble upon themselves. However, looking at the group of experts guarding the surroundings, everyone couldn't help but be surprised. Even Lin Yi's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. This group of guards were actually all original infant stage expert. Looking at the entire heavenly stage island. The foundation establishment stage was the beginning, while the Jindan stage was already the beginning. As for the nascent soul stage, even the weakest nascent soul stage, they weren't ordinary people. No matter where they went, they would be an expert. At the very least, they could become an elder of a faction. An expert at the nascent soul stage would be worshipped by others, but they actually used him as a guard. Let's not talk about whether they were willing or not. In fact, there was no such precedent. At least, Lin Yi had been on Heaven Stage Island for a long time. He had been to Middle Island before, but he had never seen such an exaggerated scene. There were more than 100 nascent soul experts guarding the four corners of the plaza. Such an astonishing scene really shocked everyone. Coupled with the profound ascension stage experts on the high platform, especially the three mountain opening stage experts led by Ling Yuanqing, there was no need to say anything more. It was impossible to have a more appealing advertisement than this in the world. As expected from the mysterious East Continent, the foundation of this Morning Star Yellow Stage Cultivator Academy was really not to be underestimated. No wonder it was so fascinating. In an instant, the square was completely quiet. Everyone had a look of anticipation on their faces. Their eyes fell on Ling Yuanqing, waiting for him to continue speaking. Cultivators of the South Continent, since you are all gathered here, then you should be very clear about what we are going to do next. Ling Yuanqing smiled slightly. His accent had a bit of local softness. However, when it reached everyone's ears, it made people feel friendly, but it didn't lose its dignity. It made people unconsciously attracted to it, and not give rise to other distracting thoughts. Everyone below the stage nodded unconsciously. In a short period of time, such a huge scene was completely controlled by Ling Yuanqing's few words. Lin Yi looked at this scene and couldn't help but be secretly shocked. The tens of thousands of people present were not ordinary people. More than 70% of them were Golden Core stage experts, and among them, there were many nascent soul stage experts. These people, if placed outside, were all arrogant masters. Not to mention tens of thousands of people, even if there were only 10 or 20 of them, it would not be easy to make them quiet and obedient. However, before their eyes, Dean Ling Yuanqing was able to make everyone listen to him with just a few words. On one hand, there was the factor of his strength, but on the other hand, it also proved that his methods were profound and unfathomable. No wonder he was an unfathomable mountain opening expert. In order not to waste everyone's time, I won't say any unnecessary words. Today, the East Continent's Morning Star Yellow Stage Academy is here to select disciples. The disciples who are selected will enter the Morning Star Academy to continue their training. I believe you have all seen how many nascent soul stage experts there are in the East Continent. It is not an exaggeration to say that there are as many as the hairs on a cow. Just look around you and you will know. Ling Yuan smiled faintly and paused for a moment before continuing. Therefore, as long as you are able to enter the academy, if you have enough talent and are not lacking in opportunities, it is not impossible for you to become a mountain opening stage expert like me in the future. His words made everyone's blood boil. Everyone's breathing quickened and their eyes lit up. Since they had already embarked on the path of cultivation, naturally everyone hoped to improve further. No one would say that reaching the Golden Core stage today was enough and that they didn't want to improve any further. The distant mountain opening stage might not be something they dared to imagine, but the nascent soul stage and even the profound ascension stage, which was above the nascent soul stage. Looking at the experts who came from the surrounding academies, there were living examples in front of them. This meant that as long as they could pass the selection and enter the academy, everything seemed to be within reach. Who wouldn't want to? It wasn't just the crowd, even Lin Yi, who had always been calm, couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions after hearing this. Chapter 4299. Lin Yi took a deep breath and calmed himself down. It had to be said that the temptation was too great. Even he couldn't help but feel a little excited. Huang Xiaodao, who was sitting beside him, was also breathing rapidly. It was obvious that she was also tempted. Ling Yuanqing specially paused for a moment, allowing everyone to slowly digest the shock in their hearts. Only after everyone's breathing had stabilized did he continue speaking. All right. Now let's invite our Academy's Vice Dean Wei Hebei to explain the selection rules. After Ling Yuanqing finished speaking, he nodded at the fierce-looking man sitting to his right. It seemed that this person was the Wei Hebei he had mentioned. Fellow cultivators, our Eastern Continent's Morning Star Yellow Stage Academy only looks at aptitude when selecting disciples, and nothing else. Those with good aptitude can enter, and those with poor aptitude, no matter how deep their background or connections are, it's all useless. Those who walk the unorthodox path will never be able to achieve greatness. You can all supervise each other, and if anyone tries to cheat in the dark, this Wei will be the first to kill them. Wei Hebei stood up and spoke to everyone. He similarly didn't need a sound amplification magic tool to speak. Ling Yuanqing's voice could attract people's attention, and Wei Hebei's voice was exactly the same as his appearance. At first glance, it was obvious that he was extremely vicious, as if he would really kill someone at the slightest disagreement. Coupled with his terrifying strength at the mountain opening stage, it caused everyone present to tremble in fear. Everyone didn't dare to breathe too loudly, and they didn't even dare to tilt their heads. They were afraid that if they weren't careful, they would be misunderstood by the person on the stage as someone who wanted to walk the unorthodox path. Everyone listened as Wei Hebei continued speaking. As for the selection rules, they aren't as complicated as you think. There are only 3 simple requirements. Wei Hebei looked down at everyone and said, "First, your strength must be at least at the gold core stage. This is the most basic threshold, and I'm sure everyone already knows this. Second, those with single spiritual roots will be directly eliminated. You must have at least 2 spiritual roots, as this will determine the upper limit of your strength. As for why, those who understand will naturally understand. Those who don't, I won't explain it to you. Find someone else to ask. I don't have the time to explain so much to you." When the crowd heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other. There were a few people who revealed expressions of understanding. However, the majority of the people were at a loss. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao were the same. They didn't understand the second point that Wei Hebei had mentioned. Why did the attribute of one's spirit root determine the upper limit of one's strength? He had no idea what was going on. According to Lin Yi's previous understanding, the spiritual root's attribute indeed determined one's cultivation talent, especially when it was directly related to the mental cultivation methods and martial skills that one could cultivate. For example, fire attribute people could only cultivate fire attribute mental cultivation methods and martial skills, but it had never been heard of. This actually directly determined the upper limit of one's strength. Cultivators with multiple spiritual roots did indeed have an advantage in the selection of mental cultivation methods and martial techniques. It could be said that it greatly affected the strength of one's strength. However, Lin Yi had never believed that this directly determined the upper limit of one's strength. Only by obtaining enough opportunities. Cultivators with multiple spiritual roots could one day become mountain opening experts. Could it be that cultivators with single spiritual roots couldn't do the same? With this doubt in his heart, Lin Yi originally wanted to find the ghostly creature and ask it. However, he changed his mind. Although the ghostly creature was once a peak existence on the heavenly stage island, it was still a spiritual beast clan. Regardless of cultivation method or route, it was completely different from human cultivators. They were 2 completely different things, so it might not necessarily know about this matter. While Lin Yi was feeling doubtful, Wei Hebei, who was currently on the stage, didn't bother to explain to the crowd. He directly continued to explain the selection rules. Only those who meet the above 2 conditions can participate in the 3rd test. That is to use your most powerful martial skills to attack the mini test array in front of me. Of course, if someone doesn't specialize in attacking, but in defense, or something else, you can also suggest that this test array can be tested. It's just that the method is different. Wei Hebei paused for a moment, then waved his hand and said, "All right, that's all for the selection rules. Now, the staff of the academy will give everyone a test token. Everyone, according to the token number, will take the test one by one." After saying that, Wei Hebei returned to his seat. At the same time, a staff member wearing the Morning Star Academy's robes handed out the test tokens to everyone present. As everyone stared at the staff member, they couldn't help but discuss spiritedly. The East Continent's Morning Star Academy was selecting disciples, and the dean, Ling Yuanqing, had personally made an appearance. With such a huge lineup and such great momentum, everyone had thought that the selection process would be very complicated and harsh. They hadn't expected it to be so simple. In everyone's expectations, no matter how bad the selection was, they would have to fight each other in order to determine who was stronger. However, they hadn't expected that there would be only 3 conditions. They didn't even need to fight. At most, they would just have to attack the test array. However, Lin Yi didn't feel that this was all that surprising. Just thinking about it, there were close to 10,000 people participating in the selection. How much time and energy would it take to arrange rounds of battles and determine how many experts would emerge in the end? Not to mention that it was very difficult to directly measure a person's aptitude just by looking at the battles. If they didn't meet the most basic requirements of the selection, even if they only arranged 1 battle for each person, the amount of time and energy needed would be immeasurable. Even if they arranged 200 battles a day, it would still take at least a month. Moreover, Lin Yi had already heard that the East Continent's Morning Star Academy's disciple selection wasn't just going to end like this. The Zhonduan Sea was only the first stop, which meant that there would be at least a second and third stop. If they did the same thing at every stop, anyone would probably collapse. If they wanted to quickly and effectively carry out the selection process, there was actually only one way. Just like Wei Hebei had said, there were two hard thresholds. After filtering out a small portion of people, they would be given another chance to perform. If their performance could catch the eyes of the Academy's elders, then it would be worth celebrating. However, if their performance wasn't up to expectations, then there was nothing they could do. This selection method is quite convenient, but isn't it a bit too simple? Who knows, they might even miss out on a genius. Huang Xiaodao was astonished. Many of the people present had the same doubts as her. Chapter 4300. After all, the announced selection criteria were indeed too simple and arbitrary. Spiritual roots could determine many things, but it could not determine everything. Some geniuses with only a single spiritual root could ultimately be very heaven-defying. Moreover, even if one fulfilled the first two selection criteria, the final admission still depended on the third round. There was only one chance to perform, and if one did not perform well, then everything would be for naught. That is unavoidable. No selection method can truly be perfect, and it is inevitable that there will be a situation where a pearl in the vast sea is unavoidable. But this is the only way to balance efficiency and results. Lin Yi smiled faintly at the side. But if there is a pearl in the vast sea, then wouldn't it be going against their own intentions? That would be such a pity. Huang Xiaodao still felt that it was somewhat incomprehensible. In her opinion, since they had already mobilized such a large force, then they definitely had to think of a way to recruit all the geniuses. If they missed out on this opportunity, then wouldn't it be too late for regrets? Actually, that is not necessarily the case. The number of spots that the Academy can recruit is definitely very limited. For example, there are 100 geniuses here, but they would at most only need 60 of them. As for the remaining 40, it can only be said that they are not fated to have this opportunity. Lin Yi smiled, and immediately explained in an even more straightforward manner. Simply put, with the reputation of the Morningstar Academy, they are not afraid of not being able to recruit genius disciples. Since they are able to recruit geniuses, then why would they regret missing out on these geniuses? Oh, so that's how it is. Only then did Huang Xiaodao understand. She understood that she was only thinking from an ordinary person's perspective. Geniuses were very rare in the eyes of ordinary people, but to the people of the Morningstar Academy, they were probably already used to it. All right, the selection will now begin. The practitioner who has obtained the number 1 test card can come over. Dean Ling Yuanqing announced in a clear voice. At the same time, in the open space in front of the high platform, a group of Academy experts in charge of the examination had already taken their positions. If they could successfully pass the first 2 thresholds, then they would be able to reach the mini-examination array and proceed to the final round of the test. In the outer crowd, a practitioner stood up and walked forward with the number 1 test card in his hand. Although he looked to be in high spirits, his footsteps were stiff. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he was obviously a little too nervous. The rest of the people who hadn't had their turn yet were all sitting where they were and watching. At the same time, they were discussing spiritedly. Some were excited, some were nervous, some were eager to try, and some were uneasy. Everyone had different reactions. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao sat among the crowd. At this moment, like many others, he was excited. After all, the Eastern continent was filled with experts, and it was just as Ling Yuanqing had said. If he could pass the selection and enter the Morningstar Academy, it meant that his future was bright. With their qualifications, not only were they at the nascent soul stage, but they were also at the profound ascension stage. Anyone would be tempted if such a thing happened to them. Lin Yi was excited, and Huang Xiaodao, who was beside him, held his hand. There were also some unusual movements, and they couldn't help but tremble slightly. It could be seen that they were also indescribably excited. Xiaodao, do you want to go to the East Continent? Lin Yi suddenly asked. I. Huang Xiaodao subconsciously wanted to nod, but she thought for a while and said, I want to be with you. Wherever you go, I'll go. What if I don't go to the East Continent? Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. Then I won't go either. Huang Xiaodao was slightly stunned, and looked at Lin Yi seriously. Xiaodao, you have to think it through. I'm not joking. I really don't plan to go to the East Continent. I want to go back to the North Island. Lin Yi stopped joking and said to Huang Xiaodao seriously. Indeed, after witnessing the scene of Morning Star Academy filled with experts, Lin Yi was just like the rest of the people present. He was also a little tempted, but he wasn't the kind of person who would disregard everything once he was impulsive. Although he was tempted, he quickly regained his composure. The East Continent was good, but for now, Lin Yi couldn't leave the North Island. After all, he didn't come here to participate in the selection of the East Continent Academy. He just couldn't leave for the time being because the dock was blocked. In the North Island, Lin Yi still had a lot of things to worry about. It was not realistic to leave just like that. This time, he was at most just to broaden his horizons and join in the fun. If you go back to the North Island, then I'll go back to the North Island too. Huang Xiaodao didn't hesitate at all, and said with a firm look. In fact, unlike Lin Yi, she didn't have so many things to worry about in the North Island, but her biggest concern now was Lin Yi. There was only one belief in her heart, and that was to be with Lin Yi no matter what. Okay. Lin Yi nodded. He was a little touched, but at the same time, he didn't feel much regret. Whether it was Huang Xiaodao or himself, with his various trump cards and cheat cards, even if they didn't go to the Morning Star Academy in the East Continent, they would still be able to make a name for themselves. He had absolute confidence in this. While the two were talking, in the midst of the noisy discussions around them, a person suddenly walked through the crowd while hawking his wares as he walked. Secret manual for the assessment. 100 spirit jades for one. Buy it quickly if you need it. I guarantee you with integrity, and it will definitely increase your chances of passing. Don't miss it. You don't have to ask for the price, you don't have to bargain, and you don't have to be afraid of being ripped off. 100 spirit jades is not a loss for you, and 100 spirit jades is not a scam. It's really worth it. This person's voice was neither loud nor soft. Under the cover of the crowd's discussion, it was just enough for the people around to hear, but not enough to attract the attention of the Morning Star Academy guards outside. When Lin Yi heard this familiar and amiable hawking, he almost spat out on the spot. What kind of street vendor was this? How did he manage to sneak into the Heavenly Island to do business? At first glance, the person who was hawking his wares did not look like a merchant. He wore a long gown and held a white paper fan in his hand. Instead, he looked more like a storyteller. However, the aura of the pugilistic world that he exuded made Lin Yi feel a sense of déjà vu. It felt like he was very similar to someone he knew, but he couldn't put his finger on it. At this moment, this person was hawking his so-called secret manual for the assessment. After all, 100 spirit jades was not expensive. Many of the people present were experts of the golden core stage and above. No matter how tight their pockets were, they would not lack this bit of spirit jades. Moreover, everyone was excited and dreamed of entering the Morning Star Academy in the East Continent. Therefore, even though they knew that this person was exaggerating, many people still took the bait. Chapter 4301. It was only 100 spirit jades. Even if they bought it and found it useless, the loss was not big. But if this so-called secret book could really help, wouldn't it be a big profit? It was better to believe it was real than not. In the face of the most important selection, many people had this kind of mentality. Thus, this person's business was quite good. Although 100 spirit jades for one wasn't much, with so many people present, even if only 30% of them bought it, it would still be a total of 300,000 spirit jades. This was already an astronomical figure. Secret book of the assessment. Can this thing really improve the success rate of clearing the assessment? Lin Yi couldn't help but wonder when he saw this. The reason why he had this doubt was that those who bought the secret book of the assessment were all reading it with relish. It seemed that it was really serious. These were all masters of the gold core stage. It was not so easy to fool them. If it was just something written casually, it was estimated that the flaws would have been seen long ago, and someone would have already made a fuss. This showed that the so-called secret book of the assessment was really true. At least it should be worth the price of 100 spirit jades. Hey, It's so mysterious. Is your secret book real or fake? Before Lin Yi asked, the man in the yellow hat sitting in front of him had already taken the initiative to ask. Ha! You actually suspect that it's fake? Who doesn't know my nickname, Ji Wei of the South Continent? I have a long history of decades. What I talk about is credibility. You ask them what they have bought. Is there anyone who said that it is not worth the price of 100 spirit jades? The man continued to sell to people while answering without looking back. Ji Wei? Lin Yi couldn't help but be slightly stunned, and suddenly reacted. No wonder this person's temperament made me feel familiar. This guy is in the same business as Ji Xian in the secular world, and they are both surnamed Ji. Is it possible that there is any blood relationship between these two people? Are they brothers who have been separated for many years? Just as Lin Yi was secretly surprised, Ji Wei had come over in front of him. Moreover, his expression was not good, and he rushed directly to the man in the yellow hat with a murderous look. Lin Yi and the people around him were stunned. What was going on? The man in the yellow hat had only questioned him. Was there a need to kill him to silence him? Hihi, cousin, I was just joking with you. Spare my life, spare my life. The man in the yellow hat quickly smiled and begged for mercy. Only then did the surrounding people come to a realization. It turned out that this person was the cousin that he had been showing off before. It turned out that the two cousins were just playing around. No, I won't let you off today. Carry this bag for me. It's quite heavy with so many spirit jades. You're just the right person to do hard labor. Ji Wei rolled his eyes at him and casually threw a big bag in front of him. It was filled with the spirit jades that had just entered his account. That won't do. I still have to participate in the selection. The man in the yellow hat immediately jumped up. You'd better drop it while it's still early. I won't be interested in someone like you. You'll be wasting your efforts. You might as well be my follower. You'll have a better future. Ji Wei curled his lips disapprovingly. Seeing that the man in the yellow hat still wanted to refute, he said, Kid, are you stupid? If you really want to participate in the selection, you can go up when it's your turn. Anyway, this selection doesn't take much effort, and it won't cause any trouble. Then, all right. The man in the yellow hat thought that it made sense. He had no choice but to agree obediently. At this time, Lin Yi suddenly opened his mouth and said, Give me a copy of the assessment secret manual. He just said that he didn't want to participate in the selection. Why did he want to buy the assessment secret manual now? Huang Xiaodao looked at Lin Yi curiously, but she didn't say anything. Lin Yi had his reasons for doing things. Indeed, as mentioned just now, Lin Yi didn't want to participate in the selection. However, he didn't mind spending some spirit jades to buy a copy to have a look. Maybe there was some information that could really make his eyes light up. All right. Ji Wei hurriedly responded and squeezed over. His cousin could only helplessly follow behind and carry the bag. Lin Yi took the backpack behind him and took out a bag of spirit jades. He weighed it a little and estimated that it was about 100 pieces. He then handed it to Ji Wei, who was squeezing over. Ji Wei took a look at it, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Young hero, these are all good spirit jades. Not only are they full of spiritual energy, but they are also bigger than ordinary spirit jades. 70 pieces like yours are enough. Ji Wei praised and immediately wanted to return 30 pieces to Lin Yi. Don't look at him just because he was selling gossip in the pugilistic world. He really operated in good faith. Lin Yi nodded secretly. It seemed that this Ji Wei was able to make a name for himself in the South Continent. It seemed that it wasn't without reason. Hihi, there's no need. Let's just leave it at that. Lin Yi smiled faintly and stopped him. After all, he was the owner of the Tiandan Pavilion and earned tens of thousands of spirit jades a day. He didn't lack spirit jades at all. It was troublesome for him to go back and forth for 30 pieces of spirit jades. Moreover, these spirit jades were an unexpected fortune. Even the backpack behind him was taken from Chu Bubai when he was in Lufeng Forest. There were a lot of spirit jades in it. Oh, thank you for your patronage, young hero. Ji Wei didn't stand on ceremony. He nodded at Lin Yi and continued to walk through the surrounding crowd to sell his goods. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao took the booklet that Ji Wei handed over and carefully looked through it. With just a cursory glance, Lin Yi knew that the booklet in his hand was definitely worth 100 spirit jades. Of course, it would be an exaggeration to say that it was a so-called secret book for passing the test. This was just a marketing gimmick, and everyone knew it. But the information recorded here was extremely rare for newcomers like Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao, who were completely clueless about the outside world. This booklet didn't just contain an introduction to the Morning Star Academy, it also contained a lot of common knowledge about training. Of course, this common knowledge was something that many people who weren't at a high enough level wouldn't even have heard of, and it just so happened to answer some of the questions Lin Yi had before. The Morning Star Academy of Cultivators in the East Continent was located in the High Lin Sea. Even in the entire East Continent, it was an extremely famous Yellow Stage Academy. It could be said that it was one of the best. Every cultivator who could enter the Morning Star Academy for further cultivation was a hot genius in the outside world. There were no exceptions. Although the Morning Star Academy had always valued aptitude the most when selecting disciples, there was a prerequisite. No matter how strong the aptitude was, if one wanted to enter the Morning Star Academy, their strength must at least be at the Golden Core stage. Otherwise, it would be pure disgrace and self-humiliation. Chapter 4302. No matter how amazing a genius was, if they couldn't even reach the Gold Core stage, then they would only be of little value to the Morning Star Academy, where geniuses were as numerous as the clouds. To put it bluntly, this kind of person only had talent, but was still too immature, or lacked luck. No matter which one it was, in the eyes of the elders of the Morning Star Academy, it was a pity. Even if this kind of genius was recruited, it would cost a lot of resources to nurture them. Moreover, it was very likely that they would die prematurely, losing both the person and the resources. This was not purely out of apprehension, but there was a real precedent. The Morning Star Academy had once made an exception to recruit a few talented disciples, but their strength had not yet reached the threshold of the Gold Core stage. They did not hesitate to pay the price and spent a lot on these people. However, in less than half a year, these talented disciples all died, without a single exception. In the end, although the Morning Star Academy sounded like an academy and seemed peaceful, it couldn't escape the old saying, where there are people, there is society. Where there is society, there is society. Where there is society, there is society. And the most basic rule was that rookies below the Gold Core stage were not allowed to enter. Since then, no one had done this kind of thing. Even if they were recruited, they would only harm themselves and others, so why bother looking for trouble? Their strength had to reach the Gold Core stage. This was the most basic threshold for the selection. It was the same principle as minors under the age of 18 in the secular world were exempt from entry. As for the second selection condition, they had to have at least 2 or more spiritual roots. This was directly related to their cultivation aptitude. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao weren't all that surprised when they read up to this point, but when they read the next sentence, the two froze at the same time. Only those with 2 or more elemental spiritual roots would have the slightest chance of entering the Morning Star Academy. As for those with single elemental spiritual roots, they shouldn't go and embarrass themselves. No matter how much effort they put in, cultivators with single elemental spiritual roots would at most stop at the nascent soul stage. It was extremely difficult to advance to the next level. It was simply unrealistic. Cultivators with single elemental spiritual roots can only reach the nascent soul stage at most. The two of them could not help but look at each other. To a certain extent, this could explain Wei Hebei's "those who understand will naturally understand." However, regardless of whether it was Lin Yi or Huang Xiaodao, they had never heard of this kind of argument before. The attribute of the spirit root only determined the cultivation direction of the Heart Sutra and martial skill. Even if it was a single attribute of the spirit root, it did not necessarily mean that it could not surpass the nascent soul stage, right? The following words in the booklet answered the two's doubts. Looking at the many cultivation realms, there was no need to talk about those below foundation establishment. Even though the foundation establishment, golden core, and nascent soul realms were more difficult to break through, to a certain extent, they could still guarantee a certain success rate. The reason was that these 3 realms could be broken through with the assistance of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. For example, the foundation building pill, the gold core golden pill, and the nascent soul golden pill, all of which could play an extremely crucial auxiliary effect when breaking through. If one's strength was not strong enough, they would have to make up for it with the golden core. This had already become a deep-rooted concept for most cultivators. It was even to the extent that many people placed the search for treasures of heaven and earth at the top of their list and placed closed-door cultivation at the second place. Putting the cart before the horse just so happened to illustrate the powerful effect that heavenly treasures could play when breaking through to the next level. However, after the nascent soul stage, there was a higher level. After reaching the profound ascension stage and the mountain opening stage, which were truly unfathomable and even rarely known to the world, everything would be different. It was not that all the treasures of heaven and earth would lose their effects. It was not that there were no corresponding elixirs, but that the profound ascension pill was extremely rare for a nascent soul stage cultivator to break through to the profound ascension stage. It was fine if the materials needed to refine it were rare, but the most important thing was that this pill was a 7th grade pill. Even a 7th grade pill refiner of the yellow level could not refine it. Only the legendary Mystic Pill Refiner could do it, and Mystic Pill Refiner was a legendary existence. Even if there was one, it would not be easy to refine the profound ascension pill for others. Therefore, breaking through to the profound ascension stage basically depended on one's own strength. No matter how rich the Morningstar Academy was, it was impossible to find someone to refine the profound ascension pill for these nascent soul stage disciples, so it was directly excluded. At that point, if one wanted to break through to the next stage, they could only rely on their own strength to achieve a natural breakthrough. Up until now, there was only one effective method to naturally break through without the use of elixirs, and that was to cultivate 2 types of mental cultivation techniques and fuse them at the same time to finally break through. Apart from that, there was no other way to break through. Therefore, having 2 spiritual root attributes was the most basic requirement to enter the mysterious ascension stage and the mountain opening stage. As for having 3 or 4 spiritual root attributes, it was easier to break through, which was the common saying of having better aptitude. This was what Wei Hebei had said before. Possessing 2 or more types of spiritual roots would directly determine the upper limit of a person's strength. This was something that no one could change. The limit of a single type of spiritual root was the nascent soul stage. Unless one could find someone to refine pills for them, it would be useless no matter how good the heavenly treasures were. You have to cultivate 2 types of mental cultivation techniques at the same time and fuse them before you can break through. The analysis of the booklet completely shattered Lin Yi's previous understanding. It must be known that since the beginning of the mortal world, the concept instilled in him by the outside world had always been that a practitioner could only cultivate one type of mental cultivation technique. Although it was said that after advancing to the heavenly Tao, there was a chance to change it once, it was only a simple change. It was definitely not the case of cultivating 2 types of mental cultivation techniques at the same time as stated in the booklet. More importantly, it was clearly stated that what one needed to cultivate was not just 2 types of mental cultivation techniques, but 2 types of mental cultivation techniques of different attributes. This was the key to breaking through. Lin Yi could not help but suspect that cultivating 2 types of mental cultivation techniques at the same time, would he really not enter a state of qi deviation? However, on second thought, he hadn't even heard of the mountain opening stage before. At that level, it was normal for there to be many things that he didn't know. It was just like when he was in the secular world. Who knew what was above the heavens way? Who knew how to cultivate? One's level directly determined one's vision and knowledge. Things that were inconceivable in the mortal world were now common. Similarly, when Lin Yi suddenly heard of these things, he felt that it was unimaginable. However, if he had really reached that level, he would not have made a fuss about it. If that's the case, then I can only reach the nascent soul stage at most. Huang Xiaodao could not help but feel a little disappointed when she saw this. Although her temperament was not as competitive as male cultivators, as a diligent cultivator, she could not help but feel that it was a pity. Chapter 4303. However, Huang Xiaodao was just sighing with emotion. She didn't have any obsession with it. In fact, before she met Lin Yi, she didn't even dare to hope for the gold core stage, let alone the unreachable profound ascension stage. She was already very satisfied with her current strength. If she could further promote to the nascent soul stage, it would be far beyond her expectations. There was really nothing to regret. After all, Huang Xiaodao never had such a big ambition. Why? Xiaodao, have you specifically tested the attribute of your spiritual root before? It was tested to be a single attribute spiritual root. Lin Yi couldn't help but ask when he heard this. Huang Xiaodao shook her head and said, "No, I came from a cultivator tribe. The cultivation environment there wasn't good, and there weren't any decent conditions or resources. In the beginning, people gave me a mental cultivation method and a book of martial skills. They didn't give me any pointers, and then I began to cultivate directly. I didn't specifically test the attribute of my spirit root. After entering the 3 pavilions, I continued to cultivate the advanced mental cultivation method, and I didn't do any tests in this area." "Ah, Xiaodao, you are really lucky. If you cultivate so recklessly, once the mental cultivation method and martial arts are not right, it is very easy for you to go crazy and cause big trouble." Lin Yi couldn't help sweating. If Huang Xiaodao didn't say so, he really didn't know the conditions of the cultivator tribe on the Heaven Stage Island. It turned out that it was so difficult. He thought that since it was located on the Heaven Stage Island, it must be much better than the secular world. Even if the conditions were not as good as the Welcome Pavilion, it should not be much worse. Little did he know that although the cultivator tribe was a part of the Heaven Stage Island, it was the lowest existence on the Heaven Stage Island. The cultivation conditions were not much different from the secular world. The only difference was that the cultivation atmosphere was stronger and more popular. That can't be helped. My family was not a famous family before, and there were no more conditions. Furthermore, the mental cultivation methods that they gave us are generally more peaceful. Even if something happens, it would at most be an injury to our meridians that prevents us from cultivating. It's not often that we end up losing our lives." Huang Xiaodao explained weakly. "All right, but even so, Xiaodao, why do you say that you can cultivate to the nascent soul realm at most? You don't even know if you have a single spiritual root." Lin Yi asked in a strange tone. "Aren't you the one who told me this? You said that I have the fire attribute, so I can practice the Frenzy 8 trigrams palm with you, right?" Huang Xiaodao asked. "Ah." Lin Yi was speechless. So this was what Huang Xiaodao was relying on. He could only smile and shake his head. "I was only transferring my true qi to you. It's just that the true qi in your body has a fire attribute. It's not like it's the only one. Maybe there are other attributes. It's just that it hasn't been discovered yet." "Oh, I see." Huang Xiaodao nodded and blushed slightly. "Look, this booklet also says that even if you really only have a single spiritual root attribute, there is no need to be discouraged, because in every cultivator's body, there is no need to be discouraged. Because in every cultivator's body, there may be hidden attributes and false attributes. It's impossible to detect them with normal methods, and it's very difficult to discover them by yourself. Only by using extremely professional testing methods can you detect them. Maybe there will be a surprise." Lin Yi comforted her according to the booklet. En. Although Huang Xiaodao didn't have much ambition, after hearing these words, her eyes still unconsciously had a bit of yearning. In fact, even if you don't have hidden attributes and false attributes, you don't have to be too discouraged. There are still ways to remedy it. As long as you take a pill like the Flaming Sun pill, you can also artificially produce a postnatal false attribute in your body. Although the actual effects of the false and hidden attributes are not as good as the innate true attributes, you can still practice the corresponding mental cultivation method. As long as you practice diligently, it's not impossible to successfully break through to the profound ascension stage." Lin Yi looked at the booklet and said. However, these words were specially noted at the side. At the end, he even added a sentence in bold. Although postnatal false attributes could be practiced, it would be extremely difficult to rely on this to pass the Morning Star Academy selection test. After all, they were recruiting geniuses, not mediocre people. However, this was not an absolute thing, because in theory, any Golden Core expert with more than 2 spiritual roots could enter the final round of selection. Although the starting line was already a step behind the others, if you performed well in the final round of attacking the array, there was still a slight possibility of being selected. According to the booklet, if you could enter the final round of assessment, you must not have any thoughts of holding back, let alone hiding your strength, because that was definitely the stupidest thing in the world. Although the last test was very simple, and one only had to attack the test array once, it was precisely this seemingly simple test that was the most crucial one. One had to give it their all and not hold anything back. This was because the previous 2 rounds were only basic screening, and would not garner the attention of any of the big shots on the stage. Only the 3rd round would be the only chance for the participants to receive attention. The Academy bigwigs on the high platform would judge the candidates' potential based on their current strength level and the strongest move they could execute. The more outstanding the candidate's performance, the greater their potential, and the easier it would be for them to gain the favor of the Academy bigwigs. And if one held back at this time, it was basically equivalent to cutting off one's path in the Morningstar Academy. Rather than that, it would be better to go home early. Why waste all this effort? In principle, any participant's ability to enter the Morningstar Academy would depend on their performance in the 3rd round. However, there was one exception. This kind of person did not need to participate in the 3rd round of assessment and would be directly accepted by the Academy. Furthermore, once they entered the Academy, they would receive the treatment of a genius disciple without any additional tests. This special case was the mutated spiritual roots. The so-called mutated spiritual roots referred to the spiritual roots that were not of the traditional 5 elements. Only then would they be able to gain the attention of the big shots in the Morningstar Academy. However, there were very few people in the world with mutated spiritual roots. Out of 1 million people, it would be hard to find one. Once this kind of person was discovered, no matter which academy he went to, he would definitely be treated as a genius disciple. This was only the most basic condition. It was even possible for him to directly become a disciple of a top expert in the academy, just like the 3 mountain opening stage experts sitting on the high platform at this moment. It was not impossible. Chapter 4304. This was because when cultivators with mutated spiritual roots grew up, they would be able to instantly kill those of the same level. Even if they only had one attribute, the Academy would find a way to create a pseudo-attribute for them. It was even possible for them to ask an almighty to refine the mysterious Ascension golden pill. That was all that was written in the booklet. In fact, strictly speaking, it was an explanation of the 3 selection rules. It would be an exaggeration to say that it was a secret manual to pass the test, but it could still be said to have substance, so it wouldn't make people feel like they were being cheated. Especially for people like Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao who knew nothing, the things written in the booklet were still very useful. Compared to the price of 100 spiritual jades, it was worth it. Not bad. With this booklet to disseminate general knowledge, even if we're just watching the show, we can at least understand the ropes and not be clueless. Lin Yi chuckled at Huang Xiaodao and turned to look at the front of the high platform. At that moment, the selection was going on in an orderly manner. There was a dedicated staff member of the academy guarding the passageway. Every time a person passed the test, he would call out a number and let the following participants line up. As long as they released a little of their aura, the strength of the golden core stage would be obvious. In other words, there was no need for any test in the 1st round. After their number was called, they could just line up directly. However, when it came to the 2nd round, more than 80% of the participants were directly eliminated. After all, the condition of having 2 spiritual roots was already an extravagant hope for most people. With such talent, they could only blame themselves for not being favored by the heavens. Lin Yi looked over, and coincidentally, there was a braid guy with a head full of braids, testing the attribute of his spirit root. The process was not complicated. He only needed to place his hand on a stone tablet that had been prepared in advance, chant the mantra, and inject some vital energy into it. The test result could be obtained on the spot. The man with plaits walked up to the stone tablet and stood still. He rubbed his hands together hesitantly and nervously. Then, under the urging of the academy staff, he placed his palm on the stone tablet and slowly channeled his vital energy into it. After a while, a red flame suddenly flickered on the stone tablet. There seemed to be other colors mixed in it, but it was rather dim. It was difficult to distinguish it from such a distance. Fire and wood dual spiritual roots, pass. Go and participate in the third test. The college staff immediately announced in a loud voice. The others around him heard this. Looking at the braided guy, his gaze was filled with unconcealable envy. On average, out of 10 people, only 1 or 2 would have the chance to enter the third segment. This meant that he was one step closer to the Morningstar Academy. Even if the others were envious, there was nothing they could do. What? I have fire and wood dual spiritual roots. The braided man's first reaction was not to be happy, but to be stunned on the spot. He muttered in disbelief, "Why do I remember that I have a single fire spirit root?" Originally, he did not have much hope for this, because someone had tested his spirit root attribute before, and at that time, it was only a fire spirit root attribute. He didn't have the wood spirit root at all, but he didn't expect that the old hen would become a duck, suddenly becoming a fire and wood dual spirit root, which really made him dumbfounded. This was an unexpected surprise that he could not even dream of. Come to think of it, this should be the result of the difference in testing methods. Back then, he had only used the simplest and crudest attribute detection magic tool, but this was the most professional attribute detection stone tablet. The accuracy was not on the same level at all. It's impossible for the stone tablet test to be wrong. Next. The college staff did not explain to him, and directly moved on to the next participant. The braided guy was stunned for a long time. Then, he suddenly jumped up excitedly, and pointed to a corner of the crowd with joy. "Ho ho, so I'm really a genius. This time, I'm really awesome. Wait until I enter the Morningstar Academy, let's see who still dares to look down on me. LV Yaroyang, we have to settle the score between us. I'll come back later and trample you flat. Wahahaha." This feeling was like getting rich overnight. The braided guy did not hide his pride and arrogance, and immediately ran towards the third selection area while laughing loudly. At the same time, in the direction he pointed, there was a middle-aged man dressed in black who was trembling with anger. Apart from being furious, he seemed to be at a loss. This person should be the LV Yaroyang that the braided guy was referring to. The surrounding people looked at him, and could not help but feel a little more sympathy. Based on their strength, LV Yaroyang should be slightly stronger. However, if the braided man was really chosen by the Morningstar Academy, then the difference in status between them would be like the difference between heaven and earth. At that time, if there was a conflict, LV Yaroyang would not even have the right to resist. Suddenly being stepped on by his opponent, this person could be considered pitiful. As he spoke, the braided guy had already ran to the third selection area impatiently, and started to activate his martial technique with all his might. He used all his strength, and did not hold back at all as he attacked the assessment array crazily. Boom! The braided guy's martial technique seemed to be very powerful, but when it hit the assessment array, there was only a loud sound, and then there was no more movement. Does this count as a pass? The braided guy stared blankly at the examiner beside him. At the same time, he could not help but turn his head to look at the stage. He had previously heard that if one's performance was outstanding, the higher-ups of the academy on the stage would directly call for the person. In other words, if one could catch the eye of any one of them, they would be able to enter the Morningstar Academy that they had always dreamed of. Too weak. It only matches your current strength, and there's nothing outstanding about it. Eliminated. The examiner's cold voice suddenly sounded from beside him. As for the people on the stage that the braided guy was looking forward to, they did not even bat an eyelid from the start to the end. In an instant, the braided guy felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. His originally arrogant expression suddenly turned bitter. At this moment, LV Yaroyang, who had been called out by him, let out a long sigh of relief. He stood up and clenched his fists with a sneer on his face. His intentions were obvious. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they could not help but burst into laughter. That braided guy had been happy too early. This time, he was asking for trouble. Serves him right. Under the cold urging of the academy's examiner, the man in plaits really looked like he had lost his soul. He walked out in a daze, But before he could return to his senses, LV Yaoyang, who was walking up to him, grabbed him by the neck. Due to the order of the scene, LV Yaoyang did not make a move immediately. Instead, he dragged the braided guy to a corner. The braided guy did not even have the ability to resist. As for what was going to happen next, everyone could guess it even if they used their toes to think. Chapter 4305. He hasn't even started yet, but he dares to be so arrogant in front of everyone. This person is really a weirdo. Lin Yi could not help but laugh when he saw this scene. He's going to suffer a lot from now on. Huang Xiaodao said with a smile. A truly powerful expert knew how to keep a low profile. On the other hand, a guy like the braided man, who was not very capable, would raise his tail higher than the sky at the slightest sign of trouble. It was really a miracle that such a person could live until now. Time ticked by bit. One after another, the participants were being tested. Everyone who went up was full of ambition and eager to try. However, after a while, when they came out again, all of them were dejected without exception. Counting the number of people, there were already hundreds of people participating in the selection within a short period of 2 hours. However, until now, not a single person had been selected. The passing rate was 0, which was really so low that it made one's hair stand on end. However, thinking about it, the crowd was not too surprised. Morning Star Academy was one of the few yellow-level cultivation academies in the East Continent. With such an awesome place to recruit disciples, how could anyone be selected so easily? If just any Tom, Dick, or Harry could pass the selection, then it would affect the reputation of the Morning Star Academy. Geniuses were relative, and if the people present were placed in their own territories, they might be considered as rare geniuses, but in the eyes of the people of the Morning Star Academy, they were nothing. If this trend continued, how many of the tens of thousands of cultivators present would pass the selection was really hanging in the balance. It was not impossible for all of them to be eliminated in the end. The selection continued. Practitioners like Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao, who were sitting at the back, were also given test cards by the staff early in the morning. Lin Yi had no intention of participating in the selection, nor did he intend to take the test card. However, the staff had already tacitly agreed that everyone present was here to participate in the selection. Without giving Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao a chance to explain, the staff threw the card in front of them and directly walked over. Forget it. Just take it. Anyway, we won't be going up later. Lin Yi looked at Huang Xiaodao helplessly. He was too lazy to chase after him to explain such a small matter. After all, it was not important. Just as Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao looked at each other and shook their heads, a slender figure suddenly appeared. Unlike the rest of the people who were obediently holding onto the test card to participate in the selection, she passed through the crowd and the guards of the Morning Star Academy and directly walked up to the high platform. Wow! A fairy descending to the mortal world. The crowd looked at the figure from afar. They immediately stretched their necks and widened their eyes. Such temperament and beauty were truly rare in the world. Most of the people present were people who had seen the world, so they wouldn't be so shocked by a random beauty that they couldn't move their legs. However, at this moment, the graceful figure on the high platform, especially that fresh temperament that was isolated from the world, really made people want to swallow their saliva, and they all sighed in their hearts. There was actually such a peerless beauty in the world. If this woman was only astonishingly beautiful, then so be it. The crucial thing was that her next action almost directly shocked the tens of thousands of people present to the point of being speechless. She actually sat on the empty seat beside the 3-mountain opening stage expert. He was stunned for a long time. The entire crowd suddenly went into an uproar. Everyone was shocked. Who exactly was this woman? Judging from her appearance, this woman looked to be around 20 years old. Her real age was unknown, but at least one thing was certain: her strength was far from being strong enough to sit shoulder to shoulder with the mountain opening stage experts. The woman did not hold back her aura. Her strength was obvious. She was only at the early nascent soul stage. This strength was more than enough to compare with the many golden core stage experts present, but placed on the high platform. She was definitely the one at the bottom. One must know that with the deep background of the Morning Star Academy, Any of the surrounding guards were all nascent soul stage experts. A mere early nascent soul stage expert did not even have the qualifications to sit at the edge of the platform, let alone the seat she was sitting on. That seat was even a group of profound ascendant stage experts had to move aside. Why was she, an early nascent soul stage expert, able to sit in such an important and prominent position in public? Who exactly was this woman? Nearly 10,000 cultivators present, because of this simple action of the woman, were directly shocked and dumbfounded. Their faces were clearly filled with big question marks. At this moment, even Lin Yi was shocked speechless for a long time. He stared at the stage dumbfoundedly and did not move for a long time. Seeing this, Huang Xiaodao gently pulled Lin Yi, but found that Lin Yi did not respond at all. She could not help but curiously look at the stage again, and then turned to look at Lin Yi. This woman, other than her unparalleled beauty and the relatively shocking position she was sitting in, there was nothing special about her. Huang Xiaodao could not help but mutter to herself. She could not help but feel a little jealous in her heart. She had known Lin Yi for so long, but she had never seen Lin Yi lose his composure like this, and it was for a woman he did not know. What Huang Xiaodao did not know was that the reason why Lin Yi was so shocked at the moment was not the same as everyone else present. It was because he was too familiar with the woman on the stage. Because this person was actually his confidant, Wang Xinyan, who he had been thinking about all the time. Lin Yi never thought that he would meet Wang Xinyan in such a place and on such an occasion, and now Wang Xinyan had such an amazing status and strength. Because female cultivators were generally concentrated in West Island, Lin Yi had always thought that Wang Xinyan was very likely to be in West Island, and even asked Ning Shuofei to help him find her. Although it was not impossible that Wang Xinyan was transmitted to several other islands besides the North Island where he was located and the South Island of the Spirit Beast clan, but after he learned that East Island was East Continent, Lin Yi felt that the possibility of East Island could basically be ruled out. Because East Island was such a transcendent existence, where cultivators of Yuanying realm were everywhere, and cultivators of Gold Core realm were like dogs, how could there be a place for newcomers in the secular world? At most, they had the strength of the Peak of Heaven stage, not even the Zhuji realm. If they went to East Continent with this kind of strength, it was estimated that any passerby could kill them with one slap. Wouldn't it be very dangerous to be transmitted to East Continent? What's more, even with so many Gold Core stage experts present, they still couldn't make it to the East Continent. How could they give such a precious spot to a newcomer from the secular world? Not only would it put the newcomers from the secular world in danger, it would also be unfair to the cultivators from the other Heaven Stage islands. Chapter 4306. After eliminating the North Island, South Island, and East Island, the only two possibilities left were the Middle Island and West Island. Lin Yi happened to know the important figures of these two islands. The Middle Island had the Will of Heaven, and the West Island had Ning Shuofei. Especially Wang Xinyan and the other beauties, the possibility of them being sent to the latter was very high. Therefore, he had been asking them to help him find them, but until now, there had been no news. Not even in his wildest dreams would he have thought that this trip to the South Island would bring him all sorts of rewards from Lufeng's forest, and then this Morningstar Academy, and now he'd accidentally meet Wang Xinyan. Why is she here? Why is she sitting with the higher-ups of the academy? Lin Yi's mind was filled with question marks, and he couldn't help but feel shocked and excited. Strictly speaking, Wang Xinyan was the first beauty Lin Yi had met after he left the mountain to do his bodyguard mission in the secular world. They had known each other even earlier than Meng Yao. Lin Yi's concern for her was no less than any other woman. Now that he suddenly saw her, it was no wonder that he, who had always been calm, would lose his composure like this. Lin Yi looked at the stage with a face full of shock, paying attention to Wang Xinyan's every move. After she sat down calmly, she whispered a few words to the female vice dean, who was a mountain opening stage expert like Ling Yuanqing and Wei Hebei. The woman nodded with a face full of smiles, and even patted Lin Yi's hand. Her expression seemed to dote on Wang Xinyan. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi was even more shocked, and he was extremely puzzled. What was the relationship between Wang Xinyan and this female vice dean? Were they master and disciple, or were they related by blood like the Will of Heaven and Tian Chan? But no matter what, Lin Yi let out a sigh of relief. Although he had all kinds of doubts, at least he could be sure of one thing. Wang Xinyan was living a good life, unlike Tian Chan and Sydney, who were bullied in the Middle Island. That was enough. First it was Tian Chan. Then it was Sydney, and now it was Wang Xinyan. Although there were many twists and turns along the way, Lin Yi had finally found the three women, and they were all in a good situation. He could finally relax a little after a year of anxiety, but he could not completely relax because he had not found Han Jingjing and the other women yet. While Lin Yi was in a daze, the other people present were also stunned. After the initial shock, they no longer paid any attention to Wang Xinyan. This woman was as beautiful as a fairy and had a high status. She was most likely a second-generation cultivator with an academy background, or a genius disciple with outstanding talent. Otherwise, she wouldn't have received such treatment. However, none of this had anything to do with the people present. At most, they just wanted to take a look and feast their eyes. They were not here for the beauties today. Right now, the selection was what they were most concerned about. Water, wood, and earth spirit roots, not bad. Hurry up and participate in the third test. At this moment, the words of the academy staff attracted everyone's attention. Tri-elemental spiritual root. Everyone looked at the elegant man who had just finished the test, and they couldn't help but be filled with envy. Up until now, there were many cultivators who had dual spiritual roots, but this was the first person who had tri-elemental spiritual root. Just like what Ji Wei's secret manual said, the more spirit roots one had, the better their talent. The higher the realm above the original infant stage, the greater the advantage they had compared to others. There was no need to talk about other things, at least in the spirit roots category. That elegant man was already far ahead of others. This kind of talent was something that others could not even envy. Even the staff members of the academy were speaking to him in a much nicer manner than the others. At this moment, in the crowd, Lin Yi's emotions gradually calmed down from the shock of seeing Wang Xinyan. Hearing this, he looked at the elegant man and frowned. Why did this person look so familiar? This person was dressed in green. Whether it was his facial features or his elegant temperament, Lin Yi felt that he was very familiar. He looked very similar to the person he had met before. However, it was obvious that they were not the same person. This was because the person that Lin Yi knew had died in Lufeng Forest. Isn't this Chu Muqing? So he is a genius with tri-elemental spiritual root. No wonder he is so strong. Suddenly, someone beside him recognized the identity of the person. That's right. If you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have remembered. This person is a famous person in our Zhenduan Sea. I heard that it is normal for him to challenge those who are stronger than him. In the past few years, the number of experts that have died in his hands is not one or two. The person beside him quickly added. That's right. A month ago, when he was fighting with someone, I just happened to pass by. He is a Golden Core Perfection Realm expert, and he was facing an early nascent Soul Realm expert, a Golden Core Perfection Realm expert, and a Peak Golden Core Realm expert. In the end, he fought until both sides were injured. Except for the early nascent Soul Realm expert, the other two were killed by him. That scene was simply cruel and merciless. Another person shared with the crowd. What do you mean a month ago? It was clearly 2 months ago, okay? I also saw it that time. I even recognized that early nascent soul stage expert. He was always unconvinced, and he always walked in a proper manner. In the end, he met this Chu Muqing. He simply had 8 lifetimes of bad luck, and he almost lost his life. This is too fucking scary. The original person argued. That's right. This Chu Muqing is indeed unbelievably powerful. I heard that in the past few years, every time Lufeng Forest opens, he would go there. Moreover, he would always walk into the depths of the forest. Every time, his teammates would all die, but only he could rush out alive. How could he not have that kind of strength? Another person shared the rumor. Yes. I also saw his brother go to Lufeng Forest a few days ago. However, I haven't seen him come out for a long time. I don't know if he died in there. After all, Lufeng Forest is not a small place. No matter how strong one is, there is a possibility of dying in there. Someone at the side muttered. His brother. Who is his brother? I don't think I've heard of him before. The people at the side couldn't help but ask curiously. They had heard of Chu Muqing's famous name, but they really hadn't heard who Chu Muqing's brother was. His brother is called Chu Bubai. Although his name isn't as famous as Chu Muqing, he seems to be quite strong. A while ago, I personally saw him bring people to the Lufeng Path's teleportation array. However, I don't know why, but this time, he found people to form a team by himself. He didn't go with Chu Muqing. The person explained to the crowd. Chapter 4307. Listening to the discussion of the crowd, Lin Yi could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Sure enough, Chu Muqing and Chu Bubai were brothers. No wonder they looked so familiar. No wonder the two of them looked exactly the same, whether it was their appearance or temperament. However, this also proved that Chu Bubai had bad intentions. He obviously had a strong team partner like Chu Muqing, who was also his younger brother, but he did not look for him. Instead, he specifically looked for Guodeng Dao, who was not close to him, and Huang Xiaodao, who was a stranger to him. In the end, it was to gather enough heads for the sacrifice and use everyone's lives to exchange for the infant ginseng. Thinking back to the beginning, in order to deceive everyone, Chu Bubai kept saying that he was the only gold core stage master in the Chu family. He really had ulterior motives. This kind of person ended up being killed by the infant ginseng. He really deserved to die. It was a pity that Guodeng Dao and Wang Feng were kept in the dark. Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao looked at each other and nodded tacitly. They did not say much, so as not to be heard by others and cause unnecessary trouble. Everyone was talking about it, but Chu Muqing did not have any strange expression. It seemed that he already knew that he had a tri-elemental spirit root. After nodding slightly to the college staff, he turned around and walked to the third stage of the assessment array. During the whole process, Chu Muqing's elegant temperament did not decrease at all. He had the temperament of an expert. On the high platform, the big shots of the college nodded frequently. They could not help but look at him with a bit more praise and recognition. After all, this was the first person with tri-elemental spirit root. Moreover, the temperament itself had already explained this person's development potential to a certain extent. Not to mention anything else, with the same strength, Chu Muqing's temperament was often easier to gain an advantage in a fight. Temperament itself was also a hidden talent, but it was ignored by many people. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chu Muqing walked step by step to the front of the assessment array. When the examiner nodded, Chu Muqing's figure slightly sank. Then, he suddenly soared into the sky and swept one leg in the air. A sharp arc of qi instantly hit the assessment array at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. Boom! The assessment array was safe and sound, but when the force spread to the ground, it caused the whole place to tremble. The power was so great that it was shocking. It was a simple and powerful attack. This caused the entire crowd to burst into an uproar. They looked at each other, and their gazes were filled with shock that was difficult to hide. Chu Muqing was able to make such a name for himself in this Zhenduan Sea region. His strength was indeed not just for show. Chu Muqing calmly landed on the ground and nodded to the examiner. Then, he quietly waited at the side for the results. If it was someone else, like the braided guy from before, they wouldn't be able to do anything. The examiner directly announced his elimination. However, this time, the examiner unexpectedly did not say anything. Instead, he turned his head to look at the high platform. It was clear that, at least to him, Chu Muqing had already passed the test. However, he did not have the right to speak as to which of the academy bigwigs would take him. He could only wait for the final decision of the academy bigwigs on the stage. Everyone subconsciously held their breaths as they stared at the words and actions of the elders on the stage. If there were no surprises, the first genius disciple to pass the selection today would be. It was about to be born. The elders of the academy looked at each other. Their gazes first landed on the three mountain opening stage experts in the middle. Every time they came out to recruit disciples, there was an unwritten rule. That was, those with high strength and status could choose first. If they did not want the disciple, then they could take turns. Among the elders of the academy, the person with the highest status was none other than the dean, Ling Yuanqing. Next to him were the two vice deans, Wei Hebei and the female mountain opening stage expert. As long as any one of the three of them nodded, Chu Muqing would rise rapidly and become their disciple. At the same time, there would be nothing else for the others to do. Only when all three of them expressed no interest would the elders on the stage have the opportunity to take Chu Muqing in. After a moment of silence, the Dean Ling Yuanqing did not say anything. The Vice Dean Wei Hebei did not say anything. The remaining female Vice Dean also did not say anything. This meant that the three mountain opening stage bigwigs had no intention of taking Chu Muqing as their disciple. Below the stage, Chu Muqing looked at this scene. Although his expression did not change, his heart could not help but sink slightly. A trace of haze flashed across his eyes. He originally thought that with his talent and potential, he should be able to obtain the favor of the three bigwigs. He did not expect that he would fail at the last step. Entering the same Morning Star Academy and becoming a disciple of one of the bigwigs, whether it was the mountain opening stage bigwigs or an ordinary profound ascending stage teacher, the difference in status and treatment would be like heaven and earth. No matter where one went, one could not escape the rule of Jianghu where one's disciple was respected. Even if one's strength and talent were the same, if one had Dean Ling Yuanqing behind his back and the other had an ordinary nascent soul stage instructor behind his back, then their statuses would naturally be worlds apart. Everyone present was well aware of this point, and Chu Muqing was naturally no exception. Everyone wanted to become the disciple of the three mountain opening stage bigwigs, but it was a pity that it was not easy to move them. Even with Chu Muqing's talent, it was far from enough. After the three mountain opening stage bigwigs silently expressed their stance, it was the turn of the 7 profound ascending stage experts. If one could obtain their favor, one would also be able to achieve meteoric success in the future. Finally, after the 7 profound ascending stage experts looked at each other, an old man wearing a black school robe nodded towards Chu Muqing and said, "Chu Muqing, from now on, you will follow me to train." Hearing this, everyone present was instantly envious. Any profound ascending stage expert, even if placed in the middle island, would be a top expert. Although they were much weaker than the 3 mountain opening stage bigwigs, to be able to become a disciple of such a strong person, this was already a rare opportunity. Disciple obeys. Chu Muqing immediately bowed and replied. His tone was still calm, giving people the feeling that he would become a great person in the future. However, when the corner of his eyes swept across Ling Yuanqing and the other 2 mountain opening stage experts, he could not help but have a trace of resentment. In an instant, Chu Muqing completely became the focus of everyone present. As a famous person in the Zhenduan Sea, he would probably become a true legendary figure from the word of mouth. Everyone was speculating that if one day, Chu Muqing came out from the Morning Star Academy and returned to the Zhenduan Sea, his strength would probably be unparalleled. Chapter 4308. Compared to everyone else's focus on Chu Muqing, Lin Yi didn't have any interest in him other than taking a second glance at him. His only focus was Wang Xinyan. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Xinyan was doing well, but now he had a new problem. He didn't know if he should go and meet Xinyan. Thinking back to the first time he met Tian Chan at the Extreme North Islands auction, Tian Chan didn't acknowledge him from the start. Lin Yi didn't know if Wang Xinyan had similar difficulties. Reuniting with her just like that might bring trouble to Xinyan, and that wouldn't be in line with Lin Yi's original intentions. But if he didn't greet her at all, acting as if he didn't see her at all, it'd be too heartless, and Lin Yi wouldn't be willing to do that. To acknowledge or not to acknowledge, this was a problem. Lin Yi couldn't help but fall into a dilemma. Lin Yi was conflicted because of Wang Xinyan's matter. Huang Xiaodao, who was beside him, was also conflicted when she saw his restless expression. She guessed that it was most likely because of the woman on the stage, but she didn't know the specifics. She could only ask Lin Yi himself, and Huang Xiaodao was conflicted as to how she should ask. She had always been thin-skinned. Even though she had such a close relationship with Lin Yi, there were still some things that she couldn't ask. More importantly, she was afraid that if she asked too much or asked the wrong question, it would make Lin Yi feel disgusted. Then it would be too late for regrets. She was different from Wang Xinyan and the other girls in the secular world. She had been educated in ancient etiquette since she was young, and a woman's jealousy was an unforgivable sin. Moreover, she had never had such thoughts, and naturally, she didn't want Lin Yi to misunderstand that she was jealous of the woman on the stage. Just as the two of them were conflicted, a somewhat familiar voice suddenly rang out beside them. "Hey, brother, did you get the test card?" Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao turned their heads and saw that it was Ji Wei. "Oh, yes. Got it. Your business is booming today." Lin Yi nodded and looked at Huang Xiaodao in surprise. He thought, "I'm not familiar with this guy. Why did he come back? Wasn't this fellow selling his secret manual for clearing the test? Could it be that he had already sold all of it?" There were close to 10,000 people present. If each person sold 100 spirit jades, it would be a huge business worth hundreds of thousands of spirit jades. He shouldn't have moved so quickly, right? Hee. I'm just trying to make a living. How is that a thriving business? Ji Wei smiled and curled his lips. He sighed regretfully. "I was counting on this meticulously compiled secret book to make a fortune. Sigh, what a pity. Your examination clearance secret manual is indeed worth the money. I see that there are quite a lot of people buying secret manuals. Why do you say it's a pity?" Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao couldn't help but ask curiously. "There are a lot of people buying it, but there's no way to continue selling it. Brother, don't you see that the academy guards are all staring at me?" Ji Wei shook his head and smiled bitterly. If it wasn't for this reason, he would probably be busy for the whole day. But now, if he continued selling, he would probably be arrested on the spot. Once he was convicted of disrupting the order of the selection, he would not be able to walk away scot-free. So, he could only give up on this easy business of earning spirit jades. He came back to chat with Lin Yi, the big spender, and take the opportunity to sell some information. Who knows, he might even be able to earn some more. It could also make up for today's loss. That's true. Lin Yi nodded understandingly, his eyes lit up all of a sudden. He'd been wondering about Wang Xinyan for a while now, but he didn't have anyone around him to ask. This Ji Wei was known as the Detective Ji of Nanju, and there was no one more suitable than him for information. Didn't that make him the perfect candidate? "Young hero, do you have something to ask me?" Ji Wei had seen all kinds of people, and he was constantly paying attention to Lin Yi's expression. With one look, he knew that business was coming. "That's right, I do have something I'm puzzled about. I wonder if you can help me." Lin Yi nodded without hiding anything. Huang Xiaodao listened obediently at the side and didn't make a sound. "Young hero, feel free to ask. I don't dare to say that I know everything, but in the South Continent, there is really nothing that I, Detective GE of the South Continent, don't not know. The only difference is whether I know more or less. Young hero, you found the right person to ask me," Ji Wei immediately said excitedly. He had already seen Ling Yu waving at him. "Hey, actually, I just want to ask, why is there such a young girl sitting next to the female vice dean on the stage? I don't think her strength is very high. And she seems to be quite close to the female vice dean. What's the relationship between the two?" Lin Yi asked calmly. "Oh, so you're asking about her, young hero." Ji Wei put on a look of realization and laughed in a low voice. "Haha, if you ask anyone else, I can guarantee that no one would know. After all, this is a matter of the Morning Star Academy in the East Continent. The people here have never even stepped foot in the East Continent, so naturally they wouldn't know about these rumors. Young hero, you found the right person to ask me, Detective GE of the South Continent. Does that mean that you know about it?" Lin Yi suddenly became excited. He was very eager to know about Wang Xinyan, no matter what. Even if it was just a rumor, he wanted to hear it. "Yes, of course, but this." Ji Wei didn't say it directly, but rubbed his fingers. His meaning was obvious. He had to pay Ling Yu. The so-called South Continent's GE Inquirer relied on collecting and selling information for a living. This was his line of work. Of course, there was no reason for him to divulge information to others for free. Otherwise, if he went around being a good person, wouldn't he be starving? Although Lin Yi had given him an extra 30 high-grade spiritual jades when he bought the test clearance manual, this was a different matter. This was a business, and Ji Wei wouldn't break the rules for no reason. That would be asking for trouble. Lin Yi nodded and immediately took out a small bag of spiritual jades from his bag. Ji Wei roughly weighed it in his hand. There were more than 10 of them, and they were all high-grade spiritual jades. He immediately smiled in satisfaction. Young hero, you have an impressive appearance and you're a talented person. You purposely asked me about this girl. I believe you have feelings for her. Ji Wei said with a smile, that's true. She's such a beautiful goddess, and she's also the disciple of the East Sea Divine Nun. There are countless young heroes who admire her. Any normal man would be unable to avoid this. Chapter 4309. Divine Nun of the Eastern Sea? Who's that? Lin Yi was stunned. He had watched plenty of wuxia novels and TV shows when he was bored in the secular world. There was a divine nun of the Southern Sea in The Return of the Condor Heroes, but that was a made-up expert. Why was there a divine nun of the Eastern Sea on Heaven Stage Island? Young hero, you don't even know this. The divine nun of the Eastern Sea. Isn't that the female Vice-Dean on stage? Ji Wei glanced at Lin Yi strangely. Perhaps everyone present did not know who Wang Xinyan was, but there were very few people who did not know who the divine nun of the Eastern Sea was. After all, she was the same as the Dean Ling Yuanqing. They were both famous figures of the Morning Star Academy. She's the divine nun of the Eastern Sea? Lin Yi was even more stunned. Although he had guessed it before, he still could not help but jump in fright when he learned that Wang Xinyan was the female Vice-Dean's disciple. As a newcomer from the secular world who was not even a foundation establishment cultivator a year ago, she was actually able to become the disciple of a great foundation establishment cultivator like the divine nun of the Eastern Sea. Now, she even had the powerful strength of an early nascent soul cultivator. Wang Xinyan's luck was truly astounding. Lin Yi felt that his various experiences and progress in strength were already heaven-defying and extraordinary enough. Ordinary people would not even dare to imagine it, but compared to Wang Xinyan, he paled in comparison. There was no comparison at all. It turned out that his confidant was the true prodigy. Yes, not only is she the disciple of the divine nun of the Eastern Sea, but she's also the only direct disciple the divine nun of the Eastern Sea has ever taken in. It's rumored that the divine nun of the Eastern Sea views her as the apple of her eye. She's probably her own daughter, Ji Wei said frankly to Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao. As a result, because of the divine nun of the Eastern Sea standing behind her, her status in the Morning Star Academy and even in the entire Highland Sea of the Eastern continent is extremely revered. She's one of the 3 fairies of the Highland Sea, and her name is Wang Xinyan. Third fairy? Lin Yi was stunned. That's right. The 3 fairies are publicly acknowledged by the entire Gaolin Sea region. They possess both beauty and strength. Moreover, all of them possess powerful backgrounds. All the disciples of the various academies in the Gaolin Sea region admire and pursue them. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they are the goddesses of the entire Gaolin Sea region, Ji Wei said with a look of admiration. I see. Lin Yi nodded in realization. According to this, the 3rd fairy should stand at the top of all the female practitioners in the East Continent's Highland Sea. Wang Xinyan was born in the common world, but she was able to stand among them. She could be considered a legend. There are countless geniuses in the East Continent's Gaolin Sea, and the 3 fairies are the goddesses of their dreams. There are even people who set up bets. Let's see who will get the 3rd fairy in the end. Although he was selling information to Lin Yi, Ji Wei was also enjoying himself when he talked about these things. There's still someone who wants to open a bet. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. That's right. The trend is getting more and more intense, and it has already swept through the entire Gaolin Sea region. Young masters from rich families, geniuses with heaven-defying talent. Super masters ranked first in the Academy's combat strength leaderboard are all on the list, and they have all launched an attack on the 3 fairies. I heard that someone is about to get her. Ji Wei knew these rumors like the back of his hand. The East Continent was thousands of miles away from the South Continent, so he had no idea where he heard this from. Hehe, these people sure have nothing better to do. Lin Yi smiled faintly, unconcerned. Flowers would inevitably attract butterflies no matter where they went, but he had absolute confidence in Wang Xinyan. No matter how much effort those people put in, Wang Xinyan, one of the 3 fairies, was already taken. If Wang Xinyan's situation was like Tian Chan and Sydney's, Lin Yi would really be worried, because others might force themselves on her. However, Wang Xinyan was the 3rd fairy, and the only direct disciple of the divine nun of the East Sea. Who would dare to force her? Therefore, Lin Yi didn't have much to worry about. After all, a master in the mountain opening stage would definitely be at the top no matter where he went. No one would dare to provoke such a tiger's whiskers. It's boring, but the bet itself can actually show the voice of the top young masters in the East Continent's Gaolin Sea region. If there's a chance to go there, pay some attention. It's a good reference. Ji Wei smiled. That's true. Lin Yi didn't refute. At least for now, he had no plans to go to the East Continent, so Ji Wei's reminder wasn't very useful. He only needed to know that Wang Xinyan was doing well. After all, with his current strength, even if he went to the East Continent, he wouldn't be able to protect Wang Xinyan. He might even bring trouble to her. Instead of adding to her troubles, it was better to increase his strength first. By the way, this 3rd fairy, Wang Xinyan, came out later than her master, the divine nun of the East Sea, and the Dean Ling Yuanqing. Won't she be punished for being so disrespectful in such an important occasion? Lin Yi asked. The only thing he cared about was whether Wang Xinyan would be wronged. Hehe, young hero, you really care about this 3rd fairy. It's human nature, human nature. Ji Wei smiled mischievously. If this happened to someone else, they would definitely be punished. After all, the rules of the school are more important than Mount Tai. Every school is very particular about this, but Wang Xinyan is different. She is the only direct disciple of the divine nun of the East Sea. She is the pearl of the palm of the divine nun of the East Sea. Who would criticize her over such a small matter? That might not be the case. After all, there are big figures like Ling Yuanqing and Wei Hebei here. No matter how protective the divine nun of the East Sea is, she still has to consider their faces. Even if it's just a formality, she still has to punish Wang Xinyan. Lin Yi was still a little worried. Indeed, the divine nun of the East Sea might not want to punish Wang Xinyan, but her mentality was like that of a parent. If their child made a mistake, they had to express it in front of other parents. Young hero, there is something you don't know. The 3rd fairy, Wang Xinyan's position in the Morningstar Academy isn't as simple as being the only direct disciple of the divine nun of the East Sea. With her extraordinary talent, even someone like the Dean Ling Yuanqing is very protective of her. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she is the hope of the entire Morningstar Academy. Moreover, she came out so late. Either she was cultivating or she was delayed by something. Why would these big shots punish her over such a small matter? Ji Wei shook his head. Chapter 43:10. Oh. Lin Yi nodded and let out a sigh of relief. From the looks of it, Wang Xinyan was probably the one who lived the best life out of all the beauties he had met in the secular world. At the same time, she was also the luckiest one. Of course, all of this was due to her unique talent. If her talent was ordinary, she wouldn't have caught the eye of the divine nun of the Eastern Sea. Naturally, she wouldn't have received the protection of so many important people. But it's a pity. Ji Wei suddenly shook his head in pity. What's a pity? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask. Although everyone knows that one of the 3 fairies, Wang Xinyan, is extraordinarily talented, the Morningstar Academy is very tight-lipped about what her talent is. Other than the dean and vice-dean, even the higher-ups of the academy don't know. This has already become an unsolved mystery in the East Continent's Highland Sea. If anyone could find out the inside story, just this information alone would be worth a lot of spiritual jades. TSK. Ji Wei shook his head and sighed. Gathering information was his specialty. This feeling of knowing that there was a secret, but not being able to find out was like 100 claws scratching at his heart. With his various methods of gathering information in the South Continent, if he was in the Highland Sea of the East Continent, no matter how secretive the information was, he would still be able to find out. Unfortunately, he was in the South Continent and couldn't easily go to the East Continent. They were separated by thousands of miles, so what could he do? Lin Yi heard this and smiled inwardly. Outsiders like Ji Wei didn't know how talented Wang Xinyan was, but he knew it like the back of his hand. Wang Xinyan's spiritual root was extremely special. It wasn't one of the traditional 5 elements, but a special body type in the secular world, the sponge body type. Strictly speaking, the sponge body type was a type of spiritual root, and it was an extremely rare mutated spiritual root. It was mentioned in Ji Wei's assessment manual that anyone with a mutated spiritual root was a rare genius in the world. Those with mutated spiritual roots could directly enter the academy without selection and receive the treatment of a real genius disciple. As for the sponge physique, even among all the mutated spirit roots, it was an extremely rare existence. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was the mutated spirit root of all mutated spirit roots. Wang Xinyan was able to receive so much attention, and even obtain such a high position in Morningstar Academy. Although it was unexpected, it was also reasonable. Lin Yi nodded to himself from the looks of it. As long as one's talent reached a certain level, even the iron rules of Morningstar Academy could be ignored. A genius like Wang Xinyan would be treated like a treasure in any other academy in the Eastern continent. While Lin Yi and Ji Wei were talking, they arrived before the stone tablet for testing spiritual roots. After Chu Muqing's tri-spirit root, another extraordinary existence appeared. Metal, fire, earth, 3 solid spirit roots, wood spirit roots, a total of 4 spirit root. This time, it was a staff member of the academy. There was an unconcealable shock in his tone. Even if the wood element was a pseudo-spiritual root, it was still a true 4-element spiritual root. With such talent, even the earlier Chu Muqing was suppressed by him. Even in the Morningstar Academy, where there were many geniuses, it was considered to be the best, and was enough to be taken out. Ha ha ha. My old man was right. I am indeed the chosen one. This time, there is hope for our Qiu clan to prosper. This man had short hair like a porcupine, and his exposed muscles were lean and strong. Although his clothes were expensive, his entire body was emitting a thick aura of a nouveau riche. No one knew where he came from, but now that he suddenly heard that he was a genius with 4 spiritual roots, he immediately became insolent. Seeing this scene, the people in the audience could not bring themselves to despise him. Even if they knew that he was a country bumpkin, he was still a country bumpkin with 4 spiritual roots. This kind of talent was something they wanted even in their dreams, but it was a pity that they did not have this life. At this time, they could not even be envious of him, so how could they despise him? If someone really showed disdain, it would only be said that they were jealous, and they would be laughed at by others. Even if he was a country bumpkin now, with this kind of talent, he was destined to have a meteoric rise. In the future, his level would be far beyond the reach of others, so there was no need to look for trouble. Suddenly, a genius with 4 spiritual roots appeared. At this moment, even the big shots of the academy on the high platform had their eyes focused on the man with the hedgehog hair. The 3rd round of the test had not yet begun, but some of them were already looking at him fervently, as if they wanted to take him under their wing. The porcupine head man's face was filled with pride. At this time, he was being watched by many elders, but he did not have the slightest bit of stage fright. He walked to the front of the array for the 3rd test, and without waiting for the examiner to speak, he used his qi and fiercely punched. Seeing this, the examiner's expression could not help but change. However, he did not say anything to reprimand him. Instead, just like Chu Muqing, he turned his head to look at the stage. After all, with the talent of 4 spiritual roots, although this porcupine head man's strength was not as valiant as Chu Muqing's to the point of being able to fight opponents of a higher level, he was still stronger than ordinary experts of the same level. With Chu Muqing's admission as a precedent, everyone below the stage could more or less see the door. They knew that this porcupine head man would definitely be able to enter the Morningstar Academy. However, as for which sect he would be under, it would still depend on whether the elders of the academy were interested in him or not. Among the 3 mountain opening stage giants, the Dean Ling Yuanqing did not have any intention of expressing his position. On the side, the divine nun of the Eastern Sea was talking to Wang Xinyan. She did not even look at the porcupine head man. The only one left was Wei Hebei. Wei Hebei sized up the porcupine head man. Having 4 spiritual roots had truly moved him. If he was nurtured well, he would not dare to say that he would become a pillar of the academy, but his strength would not be too bad. Just from this point alone, he was worth taking in. In any case, one more wouldn't make much of a difference. However, the temperament and cultivation that this porcupine head man had displayed did not seem to be someone capable of great things. If he had the temperament of an expert like Chu Muqing, Wei Hebei reckoned that he would have immediately made the decision. However, seeing the arrogant behavior of the porcupine head man, if he were to rashly accept him and end up as a failure, he would become the laughingstock of the Morningstar Academy. Wouldn't that ruin Wei Hebei's illustrious reputation? Wei Hebei could not help but hesitate. He had not accepted a disciple for 3 years in a row. Now that he had 4 spiritual roots in front of him, it would be a pity if he were to give up. However, if he were to accept him, he was afraid that this guy would not be able to rise up. It would be a pity to abandon him, but it would be tasteless. This porcupine head was practically useless. Chapter 43:11. The profound ascending stage experts on the side were already eager to give it a try. Even if the 3 heavyweights of the mountain opening stage didn't want him, they wouldn't despise him. After all, he was a genius with 4 spiritual roots. As long as they put in some effort, he would still have a chance. Forget it, just give me a name. Wei Hebei finally made his decision. The other profound ascending stage experts couldn't help but sigh in regret. It was hard to find a genius disciple, but they were not fated to have him. As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately went into an uproar. This hedgehog man was the second lucky person to pass the selection after Chu Muqing. Moreover, he was the disciple of one of the 3 heavyweights of the mountain opening stage, Wei Hebei. His future was absolutely limitless. Lin Yi didn't think much of it as he watched the man with the hedgehog hair proudly waving his hands. However, he still asked without batting an eyelid, he has the talent of a quadruple spirit root, and is also the disciple of Wei Hebei. If he goes to the Eastern Continent's Morningstar Academy, he'll probably be a genius disciple that'll be heavily nurtured. Wouldn't his status be comparable to the 3rd goddess Wang Xinyan? Saying that he is a genius with 4 spiritual roots is barely acceptable, but to say that he will be specially nurtured by the academy is a bit far off. As for comparing him to the 3rd fairy Wang Xinyan, then I can only laugh and not say anything. Ji Wei heard this and immediately laughed. The ridicule on his face was obvious. Oh, could it be that it isn't so? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask curiously. Although he didn't think that this hedgehog-haired man would be able to accomplish much, since he was personally named by Wei Hebei, he would be given a place to focus on nurturing after entering Morningstar Academy. Of course not. He is a genius here, but once he goes to the Morningstar Academy, he will be nothing. In the end, he is just a person with 4 spiritual roots, and one of them is a pseudo-attribute. There are not many people like this in the Morningstar Academy. There is nothing special about him. Ji Wei shook his head and asserted, "Oh, since his talent is so common, why would Wei Hebei take a liking to him? As the vice dean of the mountain opening stage, your foresight should be much higher than that of a normal instructor, right?" Lin Yi said doubtfully, "I also find it strange. Normally, this kind of person should not be noticed by the giants of the mountain opening stage. After all, he is not a genius with mutated spiritual root. However, how can we ordinary people guess the thoughts of the big shots? Perhaps Wei Hebei had other intentions. I've heard that he hasn't accepted any disciples in several years. Perhaps it's because his sect is deserted. Maybe we can find someone to make up the numbers." Ji Wei rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Find someone to make up the numbers? When Lin Yi heard this, he looked at the complacent hedgehog head with a strange expression. Thinking back to Wei Hebei's earlier hesitation, it seemed that this was indeed possible. He couldn't help but laugh. If that's the case, then Wei Hebei is really lucky to be able to climb up to such a high branch for such a baffling reason. Lucky? Ji Wei pursed his lips and said disapprovingly, "That's not necessarily so. If we really want to talk about strength, this guy is much weaker than Chu Muqing. A place like the Morningstar Academy was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Even if Chu Muqing went there, he might not be able to obtain any benefits. He had to tuck his tail between his legs and keep a low profile. Brother, look at this guy. Do you think he knows what it means to keep a low profile? That's going to be difficult. Lin Yi shook his head repeatedly. Looking at Hedgehog Head's posture, his tail was about to reach the sky. If even this fellow knew how to keep a low profile, then Earth would have long been at peace. That's why I said that if this kind of person doesn't have the strength, then he will lose everything. Secondly, you don't know how to keep a low profile. You have 4 spiritual roots, but in a dangerous place like Morningstar Academy, do you think you'll be of much use? Ji Wei said with a smile. Then isn't he still Wei Hebei's disciple? With Wei Hebei's name, he should be quite popular in Morningstar Academy, right? Lin Yi was still doubtful. As the saying goes, when beating a dog, one must look at its owner. No matter what, this Hedgehog Head was Wei Hebei's disciple. He wouldn't be easily bullied, right? Hee, Wei Hebei's name can indeed scare a lot of people. But how many of those who can enter Morningstar Academy are truly easy to deal with? Who knows, there might even be people who, in order to fight for a position, would look for this kind of person who is backed by a big shot but is actually a pushover. Ji Wei shook his head and laughed. The risk isn't small. Would there be people who would take such a risk out of desperation? Lin Yi asked curiously. Of course. You must know that a sect's cultivation resources are limited. Even the Morningstar Academy is no exception. If someone takes more, there will naturally be someone who takes less. The competition is quite intense. Furthermore, the more talented a person is, the easier it is for others to gang up on him or even kill him. That's because that way, he will have more cultivation resources to spare. Ji Wei said as he pointed at Hedgehog Head. With a face full of confidence, he said, look at how proud he is right now. When he goes to Morningstar Academy, he definitely won't be able to cry even if he wants to. Who knows, he might even be killed in 2 days. Killed by someone? That can't be. Lin Yi's heart trembled when he heard this. With Wang Xinyan's example in front of him, he had taken it for granted that as long as a genius disciple went to Morningstar Academy, they would be heavily nurtured and stand out. Most of the people present also had this kind of thinking. How can it not be? Brother, don't doubt me. Reality is just this cruel. I only said so much because we hit it off. If it was someone else, I wouldn't waste so much breath. As Ji Wei said this, he suddenly became somewhat indignant and said, that Hedgehog Head just now, his eyes were all the way up to his forehead. I was kind enough to sell him the exam clearance secret manual, but not only did he disdain it, he almost attracted the attention of the Academy's guards and ruined my business. Otherwise, I could have warned him a few words, at least he wouldn't have died so quickly. But now, Lin Yi finally understood. No wonder Ji Wei disliked that Hedgehog Head so much. It turned out that there was such a grudge between them. I'm not exaggerating. In the past 100 years, if not 1,000 geniuses from our South Continent went to East Continent Academy to study, there were at least 800, if not 1,000. But more than half of them were set up and targeted shortly after they went there, and eventually died. Ji Wei said with a serious face, in a place like East Continent Academy, unless you are really tyrannical and strong enough to crush all the geniuses around you, everyone else has to follow the rules there. Otherwise, you're really not far from death. Hearing this, a person appeared in Lin Yi's mind. Ram Jie, the head of the North Island's Law Enforcement Hall. Although they had never fought, and had only met face to face once, Lin Yi's intuition told him that this person should be the kind of genius who could crush all the existences around him. Chapter 43:12. For someone like Ram Jie, no matter where he went, he could do whatever he wanted. Even if he went to the academies in the East Continent where there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers, he would not be an exception. Of course, even geniuses have to learn to cling to thighs when they get there and learn to live an ignoble life. If they don't have any ability and still have a proud and arrogant attitude, they will probably be played to death very quickly. This Hedgehog Head probably won't be able to escape that fate. Ji Wei sneered. So according to you, unless they are extremely powerful, the more conspicuous a genius is, the easier it is for them to die. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. That's right, that's what I mean. Of course, if you don't fight for anything after you get there and keep a low profile, don't think that you're talented enough to chase after the third fairy. If you don't do stupid things like that, you'll be able to live longer. Otherwise, you won't even know how you die. Ji Wei sighed. This was a far cry from what Lin Yi had expected. He thought that since it was an academy, everyone should be focused on practicing, and the atmosphere should be peaceful and serene. He didn't think that this Ji Wei from the South Continent would be talking about such a cruel place. It was practically a storm of blood and carnage. Looking at it this way, the North Island welcoming pavilion was like a greenhouse. Doesn't the academy care about this? It took so much effort to recruit a few genius disciples, but in the end, they were killed by their own people. How can this be justified? Lin Yi was puzzled. Care? How can we care? Ji Wei said disapprovingly. Those who can secretly attack, how can they be easy to deal with? They are all geniuses among geniuses. Moreover, if there is no competition, how can they produce stronger and more outstanding disciples? Those who can survive the plots of others, and now can bully and plot against others all day long, which one of them did not kill their way out of a pack of wolves and tigers? That's true, but in this way. If each batch suppresses the previous batch, won't the newcomers never have a chance to shine? Lin Yi could not help but wonder. That's not necessarily true. As long as you can persevere, even in a place like Morningstar Academy, you can still make a name for yourself. It's just that you need the right timing, the right place, and the right people. Ji Wei explained, not only does this kind of person need to have sufficient strength and capital, but they also need to be able to catch up with the right timing. For example, the batch of geniuses who were originally suppressed above their heads have already grown to a new realm, or they have taken up an important position in the academy. Otherwise, they would have already gone to a higher-ranked academy to train and cultivate. This way, there would naturally be a batch of empty seats, and the newcomers would naturally be able to occupy them. Hey, this sounds like a difficult task. The competition is really intense. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile and sigh. That's right. That's why I said that for someone like Hedgehog Head who doesn't have much ability, but has eyes on the top of his head, to go to Morningstar Academy, I'm willing to bet that he won't live for more than 3 months, or else Ji Wei, will eat shit on the spot. Ji Wei said with certainty. Brother Ji, a word of advice. I felt that even if Morningstar Academy was really that dangerous, Hedgehog Head was still Wei Hebei's disciple. Even if others targeted him, he wouldn't be able to escape. Even if others target him, I reckon that at most they will bully him and teach him a lesson. They won't directly kill him. If this matter were to blow up, it would be the same as slapping Wei Hebei's master in the face. Would Wei Hebei let them off? Or could it be that these people are already strong enough to contend against Wei Hebei, a mountain opening stage powerhouse? Lin Yi didn't agree with this. No matter what, Hedgehog Head had been labeled as Wei Hebei's disciple. If that was the case, then he would be Wei Hebei's subordinate. Even if it was purely out of consideration for his face, Wei Hebei wouldn't allow his subordinates to be killed. To him, the academy's vice-headmaster, this was a challenge to his authority, a slap to his face. Brother, there's nothing wrong with what you think. However, you've overlooked something. Do you still remember what Wei Hebei said just now? Ji Wei suddenly laughed. If it was Wei Hebei, didn't he just accept Hedgehog Head as his disciple? Lin Yi frowned. That's what he meant. However, brother, you must know that disciples are also divided into different ranks. Wei Hebei did accept him, but he was only an unofficial disciple that wasn't valued. Ji Wei repeatedly shook his head. Hearing this, Lin Yi finally reacted. According to the tradition of the cultivation world, an unofficial disciple didn't have much of a status. For a mountain opening stage powerhouse like Wei Hebei, he has at least a few dozen in-name disciples. You might not even see him once every 10 days or half a month, let alone receive any attention from him. Who would care that much? Ji Wei spoke with fervor and assurance. If something really happened to Hedgehog Head, Wei Hebei would definitely be furious. However, brother, how much do you think he would care? The person who dared to make a move against Hedgehog Head definitely wouldn't have a weak background. In the end, it's highly likely that both sides would secretly make a deal and leave it unsettled. In the end, Hedgehog Head would have died in vain. That's true. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. As expected of someone who specialized in gathering information. Ji Wei's analysis really did make sense. Brother, didn't you just ask me if Hedgehog Head's status would be comparable to third fairy Wang Xinyan's if he became Wei Hebei's disciple? Ji Wei chuckled and said, they're both mountain opening stage powerhouses, but one of them is an unimportant unofficial disciple, while the other is the only direct disciple. The difference in status is like heaven and earth. They can't even be mentioned in the same breath. If it was someone like Wang Xinyan, then no one would dare to provoke her. Anyone who provokes her would be provoking the divine nun of the Eastern Sea. That would truly be a tragic death. Oh, right. As a mountain opening stage powerhouse, why does the divine nun of the Eastern Sea only have a single direct disciple? Lin Yi thought of something and asked. I really haven't looked into this in detail, but I can roughly guess that there are only two reasons. The first is that the divine nun of the Eastern Sea is a female cultivator, so she only accepts female disciples. Just that alone excludes all male cultivators. The second reason is that she has high standards. Someone with a so-called quadruple spiritual root like Hedgehog Head is completely beneath her notice. Only those with mutated spiritual roots will be accepted, Ji Wei guessed and analyzed. Lin Yi nodded. If there were no surprises, it should be because of these two reasons. This was quite good. At the very least, the divine nun of the Eastern Sea would pay special attention to Wang Xinyan, so she would not be bullied or wronged. Chapter 43:13. Bro, I've noticed that you're really interested in that third goddess, Wang Xinyan. You want to know everything about her, TSK. Ji Wei had a playful expression on his face as he winked at him. Then, he sternly reminded, however, since we hit it off so well, I'll give you a piece of advice. It's fine if you fantasize about it, but don't take it seriously. Especially if you can pass the selection, don't even think about it. Think about what I just said. This isn't a joke. You'll really lose your life. Thank you for your reminder, Brother Ge. I know what I'm doing. Lin Yi said gratefully. Although it was the first time they met, he could tell that Ji Wei's reminder was sincere. This guy was not bad. Actually, although Lin Yi did not plan to go to the East Continent, after seeing Wang Xinyan, it would be a lie to say that he was not tempted at all. No matter what, the East Continent was one of the 5 heaven-rank islands, and there were so many experts. To people like Lin Yi, it was an unparalleled attraction. Moreover, there was Wang Xinyan. Moreover, if Lin Yi really wanted to go, it was actually very simple. He had the 5 elements and 7 attributes, and could be said to be a nature-defying spiritual root. Once he showed it, it would definitely blind everyone's eyes. Even the dean, Ling Yuanqing, who was at the mountain opening stage, would be shocked and lose his composure. It was too easy to be chosen. At that time, Lin Yi could easily get a position as the direct disciple of a mountain opening stage giant. Even if his position could not be compared to Wang Xinyan, who was the only direct disciple, he should still be at the top of all the disciples in the Morningstar Academy. However, after listening to Ji Wei's words, Lin Yi knew that things were not as simple as he thought. Even if he went to the Morningstar Academy, even if he could become the direct disciple of a mountain opening stage giant, the situation would definitely not be optimistic. After all, he was different from Wang Xinyan. She was the divine nun of the East Sea's only direct disciple, and she would take care of her meticulously. Moreover, she was publicly acknowledged as the third fairy. Regular male cultivators could not wait to admire her, let alone do anything to her. However, if it was Lin Yi, he would not receive the same treatment as Wang Xinyan. What was unavoidable was that Lin Yi would definitely become the target of the other disciples. He would become the target of the other disciples, regardless of strength or potential. Lin Yi could be said to be invincible among those of the same level, and he could even instantly kill those of a higher level. However, no matter how powerful he was, no matter how capable he was, it was impossible for him to deal with a group of people. Just as Ji Wei had said, those who were able to bully the other disciples in the Morningstar Academy were not easy to deal with. In the end, They were all rare geniuses. It was just that they weren't as exaggerated as Lin Yi. Lin Yi had no problem dealing with 2 or 3 of them, but what if there were 20 or 30 of them, or even more? That was not all. If Lin Yi went to the Morning Star Academy, his relationship with Wang Xinyan would inevitably be exposed, and he would have to face enemies by then. It would not be as simple as 20 or 30. Wang Xinyan was one of the 3rd fairies, the goddess that all the disciples in the East Continent's Gaolin Sea area admired and yearned for. Almost all the top geniuses in the Gaolin Sea area were on the list. If the matter between Lin Yi and Wang Xinyan really got out, he would definitely become the public enemy. Not to mention 20 or 30, even 200 or 300 would be considered a small number. Compared to the fierce competition, Lin Yi's experience in the North Island's 3 great pavilions was not even worth mentioning. When he was in the North Island's 3 great pavilions, he could still pretend to be stupid, but if he went to the East Continent, he would not even have to think about it. The only way was to fight to the death. Strength. Lin Yi suddenly clenched his fists. He had to be so cautious because his current strength was too weak. He could still make a living in the North Island, but if he wanted to go to the East Continent, his strength was far from enough. Otherwise, if he was also a powerful mountain opening stage master, he would not have to worry about anything. He could just stand out now and take Wang Xinyan away in front of everyone, and no one would dare to say anything. He believed that even someone like Ling Yuanqing would not rashly make an enemy of a mountain opening stage master. Instead, he would be polite and talk things over. But now, it was all a daydream. Not only could Lin Yi not do anything, he could not even acknowledge Wang Xinyan in front of everyone. He could only watch from afar and comfort himself that there was still a long way to go. But the only thing that comforted Lin Yi was that Wang Xinyan was doing quite well now. There was no danger to speak of, and he did not have to worry too much about her. Even if she did not acknowledge him in front of everyone, it would not be a problem. In this way, Lin Yi was even more determined to give up the idea of going to the East Continent. He wanted to acknowledge Wang Xinyan. His priority now was to improve his strength. Only when he was strong enough could he reveal his relationship with Wang Xinyan to the public. However, just when Lin Yi made up his mind, there was a sudden uproar at the selection site. According to the normal order, there was a cultivator who was going to be tested in front of him. He hesitated for a moment and suddenly changed his mind. He said to the college staff beside him, "I won't participate in the selection." With that, he threw the test card in his hand aside and turned to leave. However, the college staff beside him suddenly made things difficult. "Chumph, you come and go as you please. Do you think this is your home?" Accompanied by the cold snort of the college staff, a strong wave of spiritual chi shot up into the sky before that person could reply. Then, without saying a word, it directly hit that person's body. That person was just an ordinary mid-stage golden core expert, but this college staff was a real mid-stage nascent soul expert. The difference in strength between them was so great that it could not be compared at all. Caught off guard, that person did not even have time to react, let alone defend himself. He was directly hit by the powerful spiritual chi. Accompanied by a miserable cry, his whole body was like a kite with a broken string, flying over the heads of the crowd for more than 10 meters. He forcefully smashed a deep hole in the ground, leaving behind a shrill mist of blood above the heads of the crowd. Then, there was an uproar. Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at the unlucky person who was sent flying. At this moment, he fell to the ground in a mess, twitching and struggling, unable to get up for a long time. Chapter 43:14. A busybody went up to check, then turned to the onlookers and said with a gloating expression, "TSK TSK, all the meridians in his limbs are broken. This guy can be considered a cripple." Little. Everyone couldn't help but look at each other. Giving up halfway wasn't a big deal. It was nothing more than giving up. Even if there was a punishment, it would at most be a formality. They really didn't expect the academy staff to be so ruthless. A mere ant at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm dares to impersonate and sign up. This is just a small warning. Since you're ready to sign up, think carefully. If anyone dares to disturb the selection and waste everyone's time, I won't be merciful next time. The staff of the academy coldly said to everyone. Such an obvious example of killing the chicken to warn the monkey caused everyone to subconsciously shrink their necks. Everyone came to a realization. No wonder this person suddenly hesitated at the last moment. He was just a Foundation Establishment realm expert, yet he dared to impersonate in such an occasion. They didn't know what was wrong with this guy's brain. He really deserved to be crippled. However, at this moment, in the crowd, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart when he saw this scene. He lowered his head to look at the test token in his hand and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Looking at this situation, could it be that he couldn't even give up halfway? Unlike that Foundation Establishment realm expert, although Lin Yi met all the requirements for the selection, he didn't intend to participate in the selection. Wouldn't he be following in that person's footsteps? If he didn't receive the test token in his hand, it wouldn't be a problem. However, the problem now was that because he didn't pay too much attention just now, he and Huang Xiaodao were both given test tokens. Brother Ge, don't tell me that I can't give up on participating in the selection after receiving the test token. Can't we even voluntarily give up? Lin Yi took a deep breath and asked Ji Wei, who was standing at the side and watching the show. This guy was the king of information. He should be very clear about these things. Of course not. Since we've already received the test token, we have to participate in the selection. Ji Wei replied matter-of-factly. Brother, think about it. There are nearly 10,000 people here. How much work would it take to arrange for so many people to participate in the selection? If you don't plan to do that, then why did you go and get the test card? Isn't that just causing trouble for others? That seems to be the case. Lin Yi couldn't help but grin speechlessly, secretly regretting being too careless just now. If only he knew this would happen. Previously, when the academy staff threw the test token at the two of them, they should have returned it. Now, what was originally an insignificant test token had now become a hot potato that could be easily spread out. Some people only have themselves to blame. I don't know if their brains have been kicked by a donkey or if they've gotten water in them. They even want to fish in troubled waters. Didn't they think about the possibility of success? In the end, he could only be like that guy, only to realize that he was hopelessly stupid at the last moment. It was too late to regret even if he wanted to, so he could only give him 2 words. Serves you right. Ji Wei didn't even look at Lin Yi's expression at the moment and continued to ramble on. If that person didn't go back on his words and brace himself to participate in the selection, I would have been able to defeat him. What would have happened if he had gone on stage and was found to be at the Foundation Establishment great perfection? Or would he have been beaten into a cripple like just now? Lin Yi continued to ask. That wouldn't have happened. If that was the case, it would only be considered as a failure in the selection and wouldn't have ended up like this. Of course, this kind of person would still be considered to have committed a crime knowingly and would eventually be blacklisted by the academy, never to be accepted again. Ji Wei shook his head, then immediately curled his lips and said, "That's why I said that this kind of person is hopelessly stupid. Even if he brace himself to participate in the selection, at most he would be blacklisted. How could he be beaten into such a miserable state? TSK. Oh, then what if he was chosen? Can he not join the academy?" Lin Yi asked. Of course not. If you didn't have the intention to join the Morning Star Academy, why did you get the test card? Participating in the selection under the watchful eyes of so many people and then not going after being chosen, what is this? Is this a public provocation to the Morning Star Academy? Ji Wei was speechless. I don't think it's a challenge to the school. Maybe he changed his mind halfway or something. Lin Yi said awkwardly. That still won't do. No matter what the original intention is, if this kind of thing happens, it will be a blow to the reputation of the Morning Star Academy. It will be gossiped about by outsiders. Strictly speaking, this is much worse than what that idiot did just now. If this kind of person was only crippled of his cultivation, it would be considered light. If it was more severe, he would probably die on the spot. Ji Wei said with a face of certainty. Hearing this, Lin Yi was even more speechless. His back was already drenched in cold sweat. Listening to Ji Wei's words, it seemed like he had pushed himself into a pit of fire today. It was too late to turn back now. I say, Brother, you're not thinking of going back on your words halfway, right? Don't tell me you're like that guy. You're not strong enough and are afraid. Ji Wei suddenly reacted and sized up Lin Yi suspiciously. Ah. No, I'm just asking casually. I'm a genuine golden core expert. Lin Yi quickly waved his hands. I think you're the same. It's good that you're fine. Otherwise, if you really met with this kind of bad luck, no one would be able to save you. Ji Wei reminded with a deeper meaning. I know. Lin Yi nodded as if nothing had happened. But at this moment, his heart had already sunk to the bottom of the valley. Ever since he came to the southern island, other than meeting that idiot Cheng Ketian, everything else had been smooth sailing. Not to mention the infant ginseng, the 10,000 crossing golden core fruit, and the star ink milk, he had also accidentally reunited with the fire lion and the giant spider. Now, he even saw Wang Xinyan, who he had been thinking about day and night. Everything looked beautiful, but now, just because of an accident, he had been forced into such an awkward situation. It was really a pain in the ass. Just because he didn't return the test token in time, he couldn't leave. Lin Yi had never thought that he would be in such a terrible situation. Turning his head to look at his surroundings, he saw that the entire square was under the control of the Morningstar Academy, and all of them were nascent soul experts. It was impossible to sneak out from under their noses. There was only one type of person who could leave the square, and that was those who were not selected. Other than that, no one else was allowed to enter or leave. This time, Lin Yi's good mood had completely turned into a haze. He was in a dilemma. The situation was very tricky. Chapter 43:15. If he gave up halfway, he would follow in the footsteps of the person just now. He had already made his threat, and there were so many experts in the Morningstar Academy that they could not ignore it. Being crippled would be a light punishment, and if they really fought, it would definitely be a greeting to death. But if he did not give up halfway, with Lin Yi's heaven-defying aptitude of the 5 elements and 7 attributes, it would be strange if he did not cause a commotion. Even the Dean Ling Yuanqing would be moved. If he refused in public, it would be like what Ji Wei said, a slap in the face to the Morningstar Academy. They might even think that he was here to make trouble because he was talented. If that happened, things would really get out of hand. Once things developed to that point, Lin Yi's only option was to change his mind and obediently follow them to the Eastern Continent's Morningstar Academy. Otherwise, he could imagine the consequences that awaited him even with his toes. However, Lin Yi still had many concerns in the North Island, and he really did not want to go to the East Continent now. Moreover, as mentioned before, with his current strength, even if he went to the Morningstar Academy, he would not be able to protect himself. Instead, it would bring unexpected trouble to Wang Xinyan. What should he do? Ji Wei stood aside for a while. Seeing that Lin Yi did not ask him any more questions, he said goodbye and left. While the academy guards were not watching him closely, he wanted to sell a few more exam clearance scripts to earn more spiritual jades. What's wrong? Huang Xiaodao suddenly pulled on Lin Yi's sleeve and asked worriedly. Ji Wei only felt that Lin Yi's expression was a little strange, but they were not familiar with each other. Based on the principle that it was better to avoid trouble, he would not meddle in Lin Yi's private affairs. But Huang Xiaodao was different. She was always paying attention to Lin Yi's expression. Moreover, with her close relationship with Lin Yi, she could clearly sense anything wrong with Lin Yi. Xiaodao. You heard what Ji Wei said just now, right? We're in trouble this time, and we might have to change our original intentions to pass. Lin Yi shrugged helplessly. Even if he had many trump cards, facing such a situation, he really didn't know what to do. Then what should we do? Huang Xiaodao was panicking. She didn't mind going to Dongju in the first place, and in fact, she did want to go there. However, there was a prerequisite for that, and that was to be with Lin Yi. If Lin Yi didn't want to go to the East Continent, then she didn't want to go either. If Lin Yi was forced to go, then she would follow him. And because of Lin Yi, she wouldn't feel happy. What worried Huang Xiaodao the most was that both she and Lin Yi would participate in the selection. It would be fine if both of them were chosen, but what if one of them was chosen but the other wasn't? What would they do then? This situation wasn't impossible, it was extremely possible. Huang Xiaodao didn't know that Lin Yi had the 7 elements. But with all the miraculous things he had done in the past, she firmly believed that Lin Yi was a rare genius, and that it was normal for him to pass the Morning Star Academy's selection. But Huang Xiaodao herself wasn't so sure. All along, there had been people praising her for her outstanding talent, but it depended on who she was compared to. She was indeed good when compared to ordinary people, but when compared to a freak like Lin Yi, it was far from enough. With her qualifications, it was hard to say whether she would be able to catch the eye of the big shots in the Morning Star Academy. It would be normal for her to be eliminated. At the thought of being separated from Lin Yi, Huang Xiaodao couldn't help but panic. Huang Xiaodao couldn't help but panic as she hugged Lin Yi's arm tightly. She was afraid that if she let go, Lin Yi would run away. Lin Yi hugged Huang Xiaodao gently. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, "Don't worry, it's not a big deal to think it through. When you go up later, just follow the normal procedure. Don't try to hide it or resist it. If you can be chosen, then it's a good thing, and I'll be happy for you. If you don't get chosen, then it doesn't matter." Really? Huang Xiaodao blinked her eyes. She was still worried. She was afraid of being separated from Lin Yi. If they were to be separated from each other, she really didn't know what to do. "Yes, I'm here. It'll be fine." Lin Yi smiled and nodded. He took a deep breath and said, "Oh." Huang Xiaodao was relieved. Lin Yi's ability couldn't be judged by common sense. Since he said it would be fine, then it definitely wouldn't be a problem. She didn't know that when Lin Yi faced other dangerous situations, he could rely on all kinds of trump cards to deal with it easily. But in this situation, he really didn't have any confidence. The reason why he said that was just to comfort Huang Xiaodao. After thinking about it, the only thing he could do now was to brace himself and go up. The only thing Lin Yi could rely on now was the cheat that hid his strength. After a while, he would purposely suppress his strength, and at the same time, try to suppress his spiritual root to one type. That way, he probably wouldn't be selected by the Morning Star Academy. However, as for whether his cheat would be able to successfully deceive the stone tablet that was specially used to test spiritual roots, Lin Yi didn't have any confidence in his heart. If he succeeded, it would be great, but if he failed, then there really wasn't any other way. Of course, this method was really a choice made under desperation. When there was no other method to rely on, Lin Yi could only bet on this. Whether or not he could succeed, it all depended on the will of the heavens. In this situation, besides being forced to participate in the selection, Lin Yi also had to face an additional problem, which was that Huang Xiaotao's test plate was behind his. What was even more troublesome was that the seats that Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao were sitting in were not very far back. Furthermore, when the Morning Star Academy arranged the selection order, it wasn't simply based on first come, first served. Instead, it was randomly arranged after the area was divided. This way, as much as possible, it could prevent people from deliberately squeezing forward in order to cut the line and cause a disturbance. Coincidentally, the next area that was drawn was the area that Lin Yi and Huang Xiaodao were in. Because they had to queue up in advance, a few Academy staff members who were in charge of the selection order were already standing not far from the two of them. They raised their hands and signaled for Lin Yi to follow the line in front of them. This meant that even if Lin Yi wanted to exchange test plates with Huang Xiaodao, it would be an extravagant dream. After all, this was a selection of close to 10,000 people. The Morning Star Academy was extremely strict with the order of the scene. Even giving up halfway was not allowed, and cutting the line was even more ridiculous. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, there were at least 5 or 6 Academy staff members who were constantly paying attention to the situation in the line. If Lin Yi were to rashly exchange with Huang Xiaodao, when the time came, there was no telling what kind of disturbance it would cause. Chapter 43:16. Lin Yi couldn't help but groan inwardly. If he had known earlier, he would have acted more quickly and exchanged test cards with Huang Xiaodao before he queued up. In that case, whether Huang Xiaodao was chosen or not, Lin Yi could make corresponding countermeasures. If Huang Xiaodao was chosen, coupled with Wang Xinyan, Lin Yi could only grit his teeth and go to the East Continent. But now, Lin Yi had purposely hidden the attribute of his spirit root. What if he successfully tricked him and didn't pass, and Huang Xiaodao was chosen instead. What would he do then? But what if Lin Yi didn't hide his spirit roots attribute and was chosen by Morningstar Academy, but Huang Xiaodao wasn't chosen? Wouldn't that be even worse? If Lin Yi was left alone, with his ability, he was not afraid of not being able to return to the North Island, but Huang Xiaodao could not. She was a woman, and it would be easy for her to get into trouble alone. Moreover, the strength of the early gold core stage was not very strong. How could she go back alone? He had to choose the lesser of two evils, so for the sake of safety, he decided to hide the attribute of his spirit root first. No matter what, he had to make sure that he could stay. The worst-case scenario was that Huang Xiaodao would be chosen. It wouldn't be too bad. Although he was arranged into the long queue early, there were actually many people in front of Lin Yi. This wait lasted for a whole hour, and finally, after a long and torturous wait, it was Lin Yi's turn to take the test. Go over. The academy staff glanced at Lin Yi and motioned him to walk to the stone tablet, ready to test the spiritual root attribute. Lin Yi nodded slightly. Although he was a little nervous, he did not show it on his face. Not only did he not have the slightest intention of retreating. At first glance, he looked a little eager to try, almost the same as the other participants who were looking forward to joining the Morningstar Academy. The situation in front of him. Lin Yi knew that the more he flinched, the more suspicious he would be. This was especially so for the academy bigwigs on the stage. They were definitely perceptive people. If they gave themselves away even the slightest bit, they might be done for. Moreover, before deceiving others, one must first be able to deceive oneself. The more skilled one was, the more confident one would be in deceiving others without leaving any traces. This was a compulsory course for Lin Yi before he made his debut. Lin Yi secretly glanced at the big shots of the academy on the stage. Especially when he looked at the three mountain opening stage giants sitting in the middle, his current strength was far from theirs. Although it might be too exaggerated to say that he was killed in a second by someone's gaze, he was only at the beginning stage of the gold elixir realm after all. Not to mention fighting against these people, even if the other party just casually raised his hand, it would already be considered a favor to him. As for the outcome, of course, there was only one, which was to be killed in a second by these giants at the mountain opening stage. Facing this cruel reality, anyone would feel helpless, but Lin Yi could only choose to accept it and bury the grievance in his heart. He used it to constantly stimulate himself and become stronger. And at the same time when Lin Yi looked at the three mountain opening stage giants, his eyes uncontrollably met with Wang Xinyan who sat beside the divine nun of the East Sea. Lin. Wang Xinyan suddenly cried out involuntarily. Then she realized her current position and hurriedly covered her mouth. Her eyes were filled with disbelief and unconcealable ecstasy. Her position had an extremely wide field of vision. However, before this, Lin Yi was sitting in the crowd below. Even if she knew beforehand, it would be very difficult for her to notice it. Moreover, she did not know at all. But now, Lin Yi stood out to test it. This allowed her to see it clearly. Compared to the joy that Lin Yi felt when he first saw her, the ecstasy in Wang Xinyan's heart at this moment was far greater than Lin Yi's. This goddess, who was publicly acknowledged as the third fairy of the Highland Sea, would never lose her composure in front of others. But at this moment, she really could not control herself. Although Lin Yi had always been concerned about Wang Xinyan, there was more than one woman that he needed to be concerned about. But Wang Xinyan was different. In this more than a year, Lin Yi's figure would appear in front of her almost every day, but it was all in her dreams. In the past more than a year, she thought about Lin Yi every day. She thought about where Lin Yi had gone to, whether he was living well, and whether he had suffered any grievances. More than once, Wang Xinyan had even impulsively wanted to leave the Morningstar Academy. She did not mind traversing the 5 heavenly islands just to find Lin Yi. However, her master, the divine nun of the Eastern Sea, stopped her every time. Without strength, it was impossible to move an inch on the heavenly islands, let alone search for someone. That was what the divine nun of the Eastern Sea had told her. As a result, Wang Xinyan began to work hard on her cultivation. She originally did not have any obsession with strength, but in the past year, she became more diligent than anyone else. The sponge body was like a sponge that absorbed water. It was an excellent body that could increase strength quickly. Combined with the divine nun of the Eastern Sea's one-on-one guidance and cultivation resources, as well as Wang Xinyan's relentless cultivation, she was able to rise from the great perfection of the heavenly realm to early nascent soul in just a short year. As she created a legend in the world of cultivation, it also proved Wang Xinyan's devotion to Lin Yi. If she had not missed him so much, she would not have become who she was today. Yang what's wrong? The divine nun of the Eastern Sea suddenly turned around and asked. Although Wang Xinyan was trying to hide it, and people who did not know her well might not be able to tell, she could not fool her master whom she saw every day. After all, Wang Xinyan's current unease was very different from how she usually behaved. Nothing. Wang Xinyan shook her head in a hurry. She came up with an excuse in a flash of inspiration. I think when I was cultivating earlier, my true qi went awry. I feel slightly uncomfortable. Really? The divine nun of the Eastern Sea did not doubt her at all. She knew about the sponge body. While cultivation progressed extremely quickly, it was indeed easy for problems to occur if one was not careful. She immediately placed her hand on Wang Xinyan's pulse and began to examine her closely without any hesitation. A while later, the divine nun of the Eastern Sea seemed to be rather doubtful, but she still let out a sigh of relief and comforted, "It's all right. There are no signs of damage to your meridians. It should be fine. Yang you just need to rest for a while. Why don't you return to the inn first? There's nothing for you to do here anyway." "Thank you, Master, but I'd better stay here. After all, this is a major matter for our academy. It's not good for me to be absent alone. It's not like there's anything wrong with me anyway. I'll just rest here." Wang Xinyan shook her head in a hurry. She had finally met Lin Yi after so much difficulty, so how could she leave now? Chapter 43:17. All right then. If you're still not feeling well, let me know as soon as possible. It's just a formality. It's fine as long as I'm here. It's fine if you want to go back. The divine nun of the Eastern Sea nodded and didn't say anything else. Okay. Wang Xinyan let out a sigh of relief. She was glad that her master had always doted on her and never suspected anything. Otherwise, she would have been exposed just now. Although she had a good relationship with the divine nun of the Eastern Sea, and Wang Xinyan wouldn't intentionally hide anything from her, it was still a public event. If her relationship with Lin Yi was exposed, it wouldn't be a good thing for both Lin Yi and herself. Wang Xinyan was very clear about this. After dealing with it, Wang Xinyan sneaked a glance at Lin Yi. Seeing Lin Yi nod at her without batting an eyelid, she immediately understood what Lin Yi was thinking. The corner of her mouth curled into a beautiful arc, and she smiled faintly. After giving Wang Xinyan a meaningful glance, Lin Yi didn't continue to look at her. Just like the other participants, he started to test for his spiritual roots. It was just like what Ji Wei had said, it didn't matter who it was, as long as they had a relationship with a goddess like Wang Xinyan, they wouldn't be envied or hated by anyone, even if it was just a simple conversation. On the contrary, in the eyes of the geniuses, this kind of person was an existence that had to be killed. His ending would definitely be worse than death. Putting aside his joy and other distracting thoughts, Lin Yi placed his palm on the stone tablet like everyone else, and at the same time, activated his mental cultivation method. This stone tablet used to test the spiritual root was specially brought out from the East Sea by the Morningstar Academy. Not only was it very professional, but it was also very sensitive. The formation set up inside was very complicated and exquisite. Anyone could immediately analyze the corresponding spiritual roots. Even the hidden and pseudo-spiritual roots, which were extremely difficult to detect with normal methods, couldn't escape the detection of the formation. No matter how weak his attributes were, he would never miss a single point. Just like the other participants, the results would show as soon as they put their hands on the stone. But when it came to Lin Yi, it took several breaths of time, and the stone didn't show any reaction at all. It gave people the feeling that something was wrong. It was as if this guy did not have any spiritual root attribute at all. "Hey, are you injecting your true qi or not?" The staff member at the side was immediately puzzled when he saw this scene. He was in charge of this work and had tested thousands of people, if not tens of thousands. He had never seen someone like Lin Yi who had no reaction at all. Yes, Senior, you should also feel the true energy fluctuations on my body, Lin Yi said with a helpless expression. How did this happen? The staff member was speechless. He had indeed felt the true energy fluctuations from Lin Yi's body, but the stone tablet didn't react at all. Could it be that there was a problem with the detection array inside? That didn't seem possible, right? However, if the guy in front of him really didn't have a spirit root attribute, that was even more impossible. No matter what, he was an expert in the early stage of the gold core realm. If he did not have an outstanding spiritual root attribute, he would not even be able to cultivate, let alone become an expert in the gold core realm. The staff members of the academy looked at each other in dismay. At this moment, Lin Yi pretended to be helpless on the surface, but he was actually very confident in his heart. The reason why he was like this was actually because of his golden finger. To put it plainly, this situation was actually Lin Yi doing an experiment, and the first thing he needed to confirm was that, could his golden finger deceive the intricate detection stone tablet with its internal formation? Judging from the current situation, the gold finger was indeed effective. What he had to do next was to carefully control the gold finger and release one of the attributes of the spiritual root that it had hidden. This step was much more difficult than directly concealing everything, because if he was not careful, he might be completely exposed. Therefore, Lin Yi needed to do an experiment, and he needed to warm up his hands in advance. Only when he was confident in his heart could he do it without any loopholes. The surrounding staff members of the academy did not know the knack of this, and they were all at a loss. If they had no other choice, they were even prepared to use the backup spiritual root attribute testing tool. However, the accuracy was far less than the stone tablet, and the people who participated in the test were very likely to have deviations. However, at this moment, a fiery red color suddenly appeared on the stone tablet, which was the sign of the fire spiritual root attribute. Success! Lin Yi suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. The gold finger was indeed useful. It could even deceive such an extremely intricate detection stone tablet. It was really powerful and against the natural order. Fortunately, it doesn't seem to be a big problem. The staff members of the academy immediately breathed a sigh of relief. In their opinion, this should be because there were too many people in the detection stone tablet, so it was inevitable that there would be a small problem, and the reaction was just a little slower. They did not even think that it was Lin Yi who had done something. The detection formation in the detection stone tablet was almost as complicated as a teleportation formation. Even a formation grandmaster who was extremely proficient in this field would have to study it for a long time before they could figure out the knack. If it was said that Lin Yi, an expert in the early golden elixir realm who participated in the selection, could do something under their noses, no one would believe it even if they were beaten to death. Fire spiritual root attribute, it seems that there is only one. Do you want to try again? The staff member of the academy paused and said. If it was someone else, he would have announced that they were directly eliminated. However, this time there seemed to be some problems with the detection stone tablet. He also felt that the results might be biased, so he planned to give Lin Yi a chance to retest. Forget it. There was only one type of spiritual root that was tested previously. I'd better give up. Lin Yi shook his head and sighed in disappointment. Alright, since you have no problems, it will save everyone's time. You can go now. The staff member of the academy nodded. A single spiritual root attribute was the most common. Even if the detection stone tablet's reaction was a little slow, since it could detect the result, it would not be wrong. Moreover, the strength of Lin Yi was only in the early golden elixir realm. He had barely reached the threshold. They were also too lazy to waste more time on such a candidate who had no future at first glance. Lin Yi nodded to the staff member of the academy. Then, he walked out of the field in a daze with a bleak expression. In the eyes of others, he was a pitiful person who had failed the selection. Little did they know that in his heart, at this moment, he was actually very happy. Chapter 43:18. Suppressing his spiritual root to only the fire element, and at the same time, his own strength was also suppressed by Lin Yi, becoming the weakest early golden core stage. It was no wonder that the staff looked down on him. No matter who saw Lin Yi now, they wouldn't think that this person had anything to do with the Morningstar Academy, where all the geniuses gathered. From the beginning to the end, Wang Xinyan, who was on the stage, had clearly seen the entire process of Lin Yi's test. At this moment, when she saw Lin Yi leave the stage dejectedly, she was instantly shocked, speechless. She had thought that since Lin Yi came to participate in the selection, it must be for the sake of entering the Morningstar Academy. From then on, the two of them could be together. She had even been looking forward to the beautiful life in the academy, but she didn't expect that Lin Yi actually didn't pass. This situation was really unbelievable to Wang Xinyan. Others might not understand Lin Yi, but she knew everything about Lin Yi clearly. She clearly remembered that Lin Yi had a heaven-defying aptitude of the 5 elements and 7 elements. How did he suddenly become a single fire element spiritual root? Could it be that there was really a problem with the stone tablet? But if that was the case, Lin Yi wouldn't have said the last sentence. Since he said that, then he must have made plans in advance. He wanted to give up the selection without leaving a trace, that must be it. Although Wang Xinyan didn't know the specific reason why Lin Yi did this, she believed that since Lin Yi did this, then he must have his reasons. So even though she was shocked, she didn't show anything strange. After Lin Yi, Huang Xiaodao followed closely behind. The two met at the entrance, and Huang Xiaodao looked at Lin Yi nervously. Although she didn't know as much as Wang Xinyan, she also felt that the scene just now was very strange. Lin Yi actually had a single fire element spiritual root, and Lin Yi actually failed. Was this possible? However, with so many academy staff watching them, Huang Xiaodao didn't dare to voice her doubts at this time, no matter how many doubts she had. She could only use her eyes to ask Lin Yi. From the beginning until now, Lin Yi had not told her his specific plans. He only told her to perform as usual and not to worry about anything else. But now, Lin Yi was definitely eliminated, and she still did not know what the outcome would be. If he didn't get chosen like Lin Yi, then he would be in trouble. Although it was a little disappointing, it was a good thing for Huang Xiaodao because she could continue to be with Lin Yi that way. But what if she was chosen? According to Ji Wei, she couldn't even refuse if she was chosen. Could it be that he would be separated from Lin Yi and go to the Eastern continent alone to study at the Morningstar Academy? Be yourself. Don't worry. Lin Yi suddenly walked up and patted Huang Xiaodao's hand with a warm smile. Yes. Huang Xiaodao nodded, knowing that she couldn't let her imagination run wild at this time. After taking a deep breath, she walked towards the stone tablet under Lin Yi's gaze. Who was she? On the stage, Wang Xinyan couldn't help but stare blankly at this scene. She felt a little jealous in her heart. Could it be that this was Lin Yi's new confidant? At the very least, she was sure that this girl was a native of Heaven Island. After all, the temperament of people from the common world and people from Heaven Island was completely different. Heaven Island had an ancient charm through and through, while people from the common world, no matter how well they blended in, still carried the aura of modern society. This was something that couldn't be erased even if one wanted to. She unexpectedly saw the lover that she had been longing for, only to find that he had a confidant by his side. Although it was inevitable that her feelings were a little complicated, Wang Xinyan wasn't a jealous person. After thinking about it, she felt relieved. Lin Yi was so outstanding that it was normal for other women to fall in love with him. Moreover, she was used to sharing with the girls in the common world. Now, even if there was one more, she wouldn't find it hard to accept. The only thing that Wang Xinyan was really concerned about was how to avoid the eyes of outsiders and meet Lin Yi in private. At this moment, under Lin Yi's gaze, Huang Xiaodao slowly walked to the front of the testing stone tablet. After exhaling a mouthful of impure air, she placed her hand on the stone tablet, circulated the mental cultivation method, and inserted her true qi. The stone tablet reacted very quickly. It was the same as when Lin Yi was tested. A fiery red color appeared on the stone tablet. At first glance, it seemed to be a single attribute fire spirit root. However, if one looked closely, they would discover that Huang Xiaodao's fiery red color was fundamentally different from Lin Yi's. This was because her fiery red color was like a flame that was placed in the air, constantly swaying back and forth. Could this be? The academy staff couldn't help but look at each other in disbelief. At this moment, There was no need for them to announce it. When the elders on the stage saw this scene, their eyes suddenly lit up. Even the dean, Ling Yuanqing, and the vice dean, Wei Hebei, stood up at the same time. Although they had already recruited 2 people, whether it was Chu Muqing's tri-elemental spiritual root or Hedgehog Head's quadruple elemental spiritual root, it did not make the 2 mountain opening stage powerhouses show any expression of surprise. Even if Wei Hebei finally accepted Hedgehog Head, it was only after a moment of hesitation that he finally made the decision. Moreover, he was just an insignificant in-name disciple. However, when they saw Huang Xiaotao's spirit root attribute, even these 2 mountain opening stage powerhouses couldn't sit still. Fire and wind dual spirit root attribute. The academy staff was stunned for a long time before he couldn't conceal his pleasant surprise and shouted. Before he could finish his sentence, the entire audience was in an uproar. Even Chu Muqing and Hedgehog Head, who had already been accepted, had faces full of shock. Wind was a standard mutated spirit root attribute. This was already extremely rare, not to mention that Huang Xiaodao also had a fire spirit root attribute. This kind of aptitude could already be considered a genius among geniuses. Are you willing to join the Morning Star Academy and become my personal disciple? Ling Yuanqing and Wei Hebei seemed to have spoken at the same time. After they finished speaking, they could not help but look at each other and smile bitterly. The 2 mountain opening stage powerhouses had actually taken a liking to Huang Xiaodao at the same time. It couldn't be helped, people with such aptitude were really too rare. If they missed out on Huang Xiaodao, they might not be able to find another genius with both fire and wind spirit roots in their lifetime. If Huang Xiaodao only had a mutated spirit root attribute, even if she had another 5-element spirit root attribute, with Ling Yuanqing and Wei Hebei's cultivation and knowledge, they wouldn't have lost their composure like this. The key point was that her 2 spirit roots were not other, but fire and wind. Chapter 43:19. The wind increased the power of the fire, and the fire assisted the might of the wind. The 2 of them were existences that could complement each other. Once they encountered the guidance of a great master, their power would be completely unlocked. The effects would not be as simple as 1 + 1. It was not something that regular mutated spiritual roots could compare to. Other people could not see the powerful prospects behind it, but how could Ling Yuanqing and Wei Hebei, who were major figures of the mountain establishment stage, not even be able to see this? More importantly, during Huang Xiaotao's test just now, that tiny bit of chi fluctuation couldn't escape the senses of these mountain opening stage powerhouses. Moreover, she wasn't like Lin Yi, who could use his golden finger to hide his strength. Ling Yuanqing and Wei Hebei had clearly sensed that this person was actually a golden core stage expert with a perfect breakthrough. Fire and wind spiritual roots were already extremely rare and powerful talents, but Huang Xiaodao was actually a 1 in a million perfect gold core stage experts. With such a heaven-defying potential, no matter who saw it, they would be dumbfounded. Even the giants of the mountain opening stage like Ling Yuanqing were no exception. Once they took Huang Xiaodao under their wing, then with their knowledge and resources, it would be sufficient for them to create an extraordinary expert that was a pillar of the academy in the future. It was even to the extent that it wasn't impossible for Huang Xiaodao to be on equal footing with them one day. It would be strange if Ling Yuanqing and Wei Hebei did not lose their composure in the face of such a great temptation. In reality, although the other major figure of the mountain establishment stage, the divine nun of the Eastern Sea, did not stand up like the 2 of them, her gaze towards Huang Xiaodao was also filled with splendor. I've been chosen. Huang Xiaodao was not as happy as everyone imagined her to be. Faced with the olive branch thrown out by the 2 major figures of the mountain establishment stage, she was rather at a loss. All she could do was turn around and look at Lin Yi, who had yet to leave. Everyone present could not help but feel speechless when they saw this. The Hedgehog Head had only been accepted by Wei Hebei as an insignificant disciple in name, yet he was already so cocky that he could not hold back his pride. In the end, this person was even better. 2 major figures of the mountain establishment stage had both promised her the position of a direct disciple, yet she still did not hurry up and agree. They really did not know what to say. At this moment, not only was everyone shocked, even Lin Yi couldn't react to Huang Xiaotao's pleading gaze. He really didn't expect Huang Xiaodao to have a wind attribute spiritual root. It was no wonder that Huang Xiaodao was so good at speed. It was also no wonder that her archery was so strong. Her archery had reached a truly profound level. In fact, it was all about the control of the wind. With Huang Xiaotao's talent, it was natural for her to control the wind like an extension of her arm. All along, especially after she had met Lin Yi, Huang Xiaodao hadn't displayed any powerful abilities. Part of it was because she was overshadowed by Lin Yi's various halos. More importantly, even Huang Xiaodao herself didn't know that she had such a powerful innate talent. They didn't even have the most basic knowledge. There was no need to talk about development. Huang Xiaodao relied entirely on her instincts. She went from the cultivator tribe to the 3 pavilions of the North Island step by step. Even the archery that she was most proficient in was only because she often moved about in the dense forest. It was purely a coincidence, and not because she knew that he had a wind attribute spiritual root. That was why he specially went to cultivate. If Huang Xiaotao's innate talent was said to be 100, then up until now, she had at most developed 30. She wasn't even 30 yet. One day, when she developed 100% of her innate talent, what kind of scene would that be? Even if Lin Yi imagined this, he couldn't help but feel a little shocked. It was true that in terms of innate talent, Huang Xiaodao couldn't compare to him, who had the 5 elements and 7 attributes. However, if he really cultivated her, she might not be any worse than Wang Xinyan, who had a spongy constitution. And Wang Xinyan was now an existence that was regarded as a treasure by the entire Morningstar Academy. Thinking of this, even Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed. Huang Xiaodao was already on his side. Since she was on his side, naturally, the stronger she was, the better. Huang Xiaodao looked at Lin Yi from afar, waiting for Lin Yi to give her an answer. However, everyone present, especially Ling Yuanqing and Wei Hebei, who were eager to take this genius under their wing, couldn't wait that long. That's right. From now on, you are a disciple of the Morningstar Academy. Furthermore, you are our direct disciple. Whether it's status or treatment, you are guaranteed to be of the highest level in the academy. However, as for who you want to take as your master, it's still up to you to decide, Ling Yuanqing said in an experienced and prudent manner. He was the same as the divine nun of the Eastern Sea. Normally, he didn't take in disciples, especially direct disciples. He had very few disciples under him. If Huang Xiaodao agreed, then after entering the academy, her status would definitely not be lower than Wang Xinyan's. However, Ling Yuanqing was the dean after all. No matter how much he liked Huang Xiaotao's powerful innate talent, he still had to consider the feelings of others. Ordinary academy instructors naturally didn't have the qualifications to fight with him for a disciple, but there was still Wei Hebei, who was also a pillar of the Morningstar Academy. Ling Yuanqing couldn't act arbitrarily. If you respect me, I'll respect you 10 times. With Ling Yuanqing's stance, Wei Hebei, who was beside him, also nodded his head repeatedly without any objections. But don't we still have to go through the 3rd test? Huang Xiaodao said weakly. There's no need. With your innate talent, any other test would be unnecessary. Ling Yuanqing and Wei Hebei, the 2 mountain opening stage powerhouses, shook their heads at the same time. She had dual fire and wind spiritual roots, as well as a perfect gold core stage expert that was 1 in 10,000. With this kind of innate talent, as long as she was nurtured a little, it was absolutely impossible for an expert of the same level to be a match for Huang Xiaodao. She was already destined to have limitless potential, so the so-called potential test in the 3rd test was naturally unnecessary. Then I have to discuss it with my senior brother. With the sudden development of the situation, Huang Xiaodao suddenly didn't know what to do. She could only look at Lin Yi, who was at the side, for help. Sure, go ahead. After discussing it with your senior brother, you can directly come up to the stage. Ling Yuanqing didn't make things difficult for her and immediately nodded his head in agreement. If it was someone else, they wouldn't have given them any chance to choose. After discussing it with each other, they would directly make a decision. Why would they bother to ask the person's opinion? However, Huang Xiaodao was different. As the saying goes, strength determines status. In a place like the academy, especially in this kind of situation, potential could also determine status. They could ignore the thoughts of an ordinary disciple, but Huang Xiaodao was a super genius disciple who might be on equal footing with them in the future. How could they treat her like an ordinary disciple? As long as Huang Xiaodao didn't explicitly say that she wasn't willing to join, everything else could be accommodated. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, Huang Xiaodao ran out of the stage in fear and trepidation. She ran to the front of Lin Yi and anxiously looked at Lin Yi, saying, "What should I do now?" Chapter 43:20. Xiaodao, you don't have to panic. To be chosen by these mountain opening stage giants and become their personal disciple, this is an exceptional opportunity that others can only dream of. Therefore, this is a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity. You should be happy. Lin Yi smiled and did not seem to be in a difficult position. But if I agree to them, won't I have to separate from you? Huang Xiaodao miserably grabbed onto Lin Yi's hand. In her eyes, the opportunity that others yearned for was far less important than being together with Lin Yi. If she could reject them, she would have just braced herself and directly rejected them. Unfortunately, this was impossible. Not to mention the terrifying consequences that would result if she rejected them in public, even Lin Yi would not agree to it. To be honest, if it was just entering Morning Star Academy to study, or becoming a disciple of a normal academy teacher, Lin Yi indeed didn't think much of it. This was because he was confident that even if Huang Xiaodao were to follow him, her growth wouldn't be any lower than his, and might even surpass his. However, it was different now. The people who wanted to accept Huang Xiaodao were mountain opening stage giants like Ling Yuanqing and Wei Hebei. Moreover, they were giving her the important status of personal disciple. This kind of condition was truly rare. Even if it was Lin Yi himself, he would be tempted, let alone Huang Xiaodao. With such an opportunity and Huang Xiaodao's powerful aptitude, it was extremely likely that she would become the next Wang Xinyan. How could Lin Yi stop her? It's fine. The separation now is for the sake of reuniting in the future. Xiaodao, after you go there, don't think too much about other things. Just focus on cultivating. Don't worry, I will come and find you, but not now. Lin Yi solemnly instructed. Oh. Huang Xiaodao had always been obedient to Lin Yi. Since Lin Yi had said so, even if she was reluctant, she would not go against Lin Yi's wishes. However, he would not go against Lin Yi's wishes. Still, he was a little worried. But if I leave just like this, won't you be alone? The environment here is so chaotic. Just as Lin Yi was worried about leaving Huang Xiaodao behind, Huang Xiaodao also had the same worry. When she was with Lin Yi, they could use the Frenzy 8 trigrams palm strike. Even if they were to face a nascent soul stage expert, they wouldn't feel the slightest bit guilty. However, if she left with the people from the Morning Star Academy and left Lin Yi alone, even if his strength was much stronger than that of an ordinary early-stage Golden Elixir Realm expert, it was still not enough to deal with this dangerous Jianghu. Don't worry, Xiaodao. Don't you believe in my strength? As long as I'm careful, protecting myself won't be a problem. Lin Yi smiled as he shook his head. After a pause, he changed the topic and said, "But little Dao, you have to be careful when you get to the Morning Star Academy. You heard what Ji Yi said just now. It's a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. It's even more dangerous than the outside world. Little Dao, after you get there, try your best to stay out of it. You just need to cultivate in peace. Try your best not to get involved in the grudges and disputes of outsiders." "Yen, I'll listen to you." Huang Xiaodao obediently nodded her head. She then asked, "Then, who should I choose to be my master? Compared to Wei Hebei, I feel that the dean, Ling Yuanqing, is better. Let's not talk about his strength, but he is the dean. His status is higher than Wei Hebei, who is the vice dean. If you can become his personal disciple, others shouldn't dare to provoke you. It'll be safer." Lin Yi analyzed. This was a judgment made after comparing the hard conditions. As for Ling Yuanqing and Wei Hebei, Lin Yi wasn't clear about their characters. Naturally, he couldn't make an evaluation. "Oh, then I understand." Huang Xiaodao nodded her head. She didn't have any opinions of her own, or it could be said that her opinions were based on what Lin Yi said. Since Lin Yi had said so, she would do as Lin Yi said. Also, Xiaodao, after you go to the Morningstar Academy, try your best not to get involved in the grudges of outsiders. However, there's one person you can get close to. Lin Yi said after some thought. Who? Could it be that you know someone in the Morningstar Academy? Huang Xiaodao was flabbergasted. She remembered that Lin Yi was the same as her. He hadn't even heard of the Morningstar Academy before. Could it be that he knew someone? That's right. It's the female vice dean, the personal disciple of the divine nun of the East Ocean. She's also one of the 3 fairies of the Hailin Sea domain that Ji Wen mentioned, Wang Xinyan. Lin Yi nodded his head. Ah! Huang Xiaodao couldn't help but look at Wang Xinyan, who was on the stage. She realized that Wang Xinyan was looking at the two of them with a thoughtful gaze. She hurriedly lowered her head, but her heart was in turmoil. Don't be surprised. She's the same as me. We came up from the common world together. She's my... Lin Yi's face reddened as he said this. He rubbed his nose and said, she's the same as you. We're all on the same side. As long as you reveal your identity to her, she'll definitely help you no matter what. Although it was a little boastful to say this, Lin Yi couldn't go to the Morningstar Academy himself. He could only arrange it this way. Fortunately, Wang Xinyan was also the gentle type. She had always been understanding. Lin Yi believed that because of him, she would definitely treat Huang Xiaodao well. Ah! Oh! Only then did Huang Xiaodao come to her senses. No wonder Lin Yi had lost his composure the moment he laid eyes on her. There was a layer of relationship between the two of them. She originally thought that after going to the Morningstar Academy, she would be alone with no one to rely on. She didn't think that the 3rd fairy, Wang Xinyan, was on the same side. Huang Xiaodao finally relaxed, but then she felt a little shy and worried. Wang Xinyan was Lin Yi's girlfriend. Moreover, the two of them already had that kind of relationship back in the common world. Then, as a latecomer, wouldn't it be like a concubine meeting a wife? Would the other party make things difficult for her? However, it was impossible for Huang Xiaodao to ask Lin Yi about this. She could only comfort herself silently. Previously, Shanghai Lena was also Lin Yi's girlfriend. She didn't have any bad feelings towards her, and instead, she was very easy to get along with. This 3rd fairy, Wang Xinyan, didn't seem to be a difficult person to get along with either. She probably wouldn't make things difficult for her. Wang Xinyan, who was on the stage, watched the entire discussion between Huang Xiaodao and Lin Yi. Previously, it was only a guess, but now she could conclude that the two of them must have a very deep relationship. This genius with dual fire and wind spiritual roots, if nothing unexpected happened, should be her new sister. Master, disciple has been cultivating alone for such a long time. It's really too lonely. Master, can you let this junior sister cultivate with me? The two of us can be companions. Wang Xinyan thought for a moment and pretended that nothing had happened. She immediately suggested to the divine nun of the Eastern Sea.